Oh, hi. It's us. We're live from the apocalypse. You've maybe seen us today. We've been doing this for a little while. What's up? We're a not-for-profit TTRPG studio. We make actual play content like streams and podcasts like this to raise money for nonprofits and aid organizations, other important causes like that. And we're raising money for Extra Life. It's Extra Life Weekend. We've been doing it the whole time. And we are going to continue doing it. And it looks like the tracker finally updated, though I'm not sure if that number's accurate. Either way, hi, I'm not playing in this game, but I'm just going to do the talky part at the beginning and run tech in the background. So yeah, basically all you need to know is that we just ask that if you like what you see here, instead of doing the normal Twitch things like subscribing or giving us bits, don't do that. Just give your money to Extra Life instead. We don't want it. We don't need it. And to do that, you can hit !donate in the chat. The bot will post the link to the LFTA Extra Life campaign. You can follow that and you can donate there. When you do that, the alert will pop like normal. It's possible nobody will acknowledge it during this game because no one else will be able to hear it except for me. But your donations are appreciated, and they may still get acknowledged. Who knows? That's most of the stuff and the things. Honestly, we're gonna play a little monster of the week for the next couple of hours, and I'm about to hand you over to our storyteller, and I think that is pretty much everything I need to talk about. So I'll see you all in like three-ish hours. Have fun. Bye.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you, Will.
All right.
So just
Hi.
saying, one of our players dropped out. You could play in a third game today, Will.
If you want to.
Join us.
It's so true. All right. We are missing Wraith, but they have a migraine, and it is a completely fair reason not to stare at a screen. We will play with them again in the future. Hi, I'm Victoria, and I am the storyteller for this game. We are playing in the Monster of Week system, so everybody is a hunter, and I am the keeper, and we are going to be rolling through a story where they are hopefully all going to be alive at the end of it, because there are 3 of them now, and it will be good. So we did some prep for this already, and I would like to start with a note of gratitude, which is like, we have some really fantastic character concepts and like depth of creation here that is totally out of proportion with the fact that we are only going to be playing this for 3 hours, but it's great. I love it. And like the amount of talent and cool ideas that were brought to this is probably going to go woefully underused, but it's fine, because whatever, we're going to get into shenanigans, and that is the point. So we are playing through a game that I am calling Little Earthquakes, in part because, like, Tori Amos, my dear, but also because we will be in the rocky central New Mexico land talking about some geological nonsense that leads to some monsters and hopefully some slaying. So we have a established group of hunters that do work together, and I'm going to have each of the players introduce a little bit of what their character looks like, because one of the things that you do for Monster of the Week is that you get together and you talk about your relationships to the other people that are part of your like adventuring party, your hunter group, your Scooby Gang. And they also had to come up with different parts about their look that give insight into what they can do. So I'm going to have everybody give a little bit of an introduction for that before we get started with the actual plot line of the story. Does anyone, Joe, want to go first?
I would love to go first, sure.
Sorry, little
hello,
sneeze there.
I'm Joe. I will be playing the Divine playbook. I am playing an older woman who has become possessed is the wrong word, maybe inhabited by an angel of death. Her name is Lysithia. She also goes by Lysithiel as her divine self. Lysithia wears a smart black dress suit. In addition, she has one of those little hats with little tiny veil cages on it, kind of. She looks, think Michelle Pfeiffer with dark hair, like brought back into a severe bun, with like a little bit more like smart but a little bit stuffy clothing. She looks older, but you can tell that she was once a beauty in the same way that you see like people's grandparents or great aunts on photographs framed in silver. Her eyes are dark and shifting, like shadowed mist being disturbed. She speaks in softly and in whispers, but her voice carries weight. And that's that.
Thank you so much for going first. I appreciate that you volunteered for that completely on your own. Della or Rouge?
I'll talk about Marco. Marco Smith is the crooked playbook, but don't let that fool you. I'm a completely legitimate businessman. I own my own food truck. I pay the loan for the food truck. It's a great food truck. I go around, I cook potatoes in a bunch of different ways. I make a lot of tacos. I do a lot of stuff. I'm doing stuff all over the place. Everybody knows me. Everybody knows Marco. Everybody wants to talk to me. I'm a very nice guy. I'm a very charming individual. You can usually find me. I'm usually wearing I wear an Isotopes t-shirt, and and like usually, those black striped chef pants. That's usually I'm wearing sort of like loose black and white striped pants and really really high quality shoes. Like a lot of people who work in the restaurant industry, I'm always on the lookout. I spend a lot of time on my feet. So the only thing about any of my outfit that like looks nice and well cared for is my shoes. I have very friendly eyes. I'm very engaged, very open. Like I said, everybody wants to talk to me, usually because I'm giving them food. Everybody likes the guy with food. But sometimes I know stuff. I know a lot of people who want a lot of things, and I'm really good at getting them those things. I got the fixer background. So the main reason I'm here with these nerds fighting monsters is, well, I mean, like Cynthia's my aunt, Cynthia's my aunt. So I'm here to help, to sort of like help her out and make sure she doesn't, angel of death shit way too much. Which is weird. It's weird, but it's fine. But I'm here with these nerds because this one time I stole a Dracula's stuff. And now that Dracula kind of wants me dead. So I don't want to be dead. I don't want to be a Dracula. So here I am.
All right, and I guess
Awesome.
that leaves it just for me. So I am Beatrix Sampson. She is the Initiate Playbook because I am basically Magic Cop. Here, originally speaking, to bust up the criminal enterprises that Marcos was in the middle of, but instead got pulled into his whole nonsense with Vlad and decided that that was the bigger issue. And Marco is basically now on Magic Cop probation, and as long as he keeps being useful and doesn't do anything blatantly criminal in front of me, we're gonna just keep working together, and it's fine. That's probably fine. So we're part coworkers, part basically parole officer and parolee vibe going on at the moment.
Yeah, I bring you a lot more like hash browns than I would bring a parole officer. I'm just going to say I bring you hash browns. I would not bring my PO hash browns.
I mean,
And my agency keeps Vlad from figuring out where you are now. So,
It's a
you
win-win
scratch my
situation.
back, I scratch yours.
So everybody
this
wins.
is only a little related, but the best hash browns I've ever had were in Santa Fe. Just
Were they Marcos hash browns?
I did not ask the name of the people working the grill, but it was a really cute breakfast place, and it was really, really good.
Marcos.
Yeah, not a truck,
Oh.
sadly. No.
So B originally rolled into town because the agency had heard word of some of the underhand dealings that Marco was involved in, and now she's staying to try and sort out a few more supernatural elements that are happening, including the fact that the agency knows that there is a prophecy that involves Lysithea, but they don't know exactly what it is, except that it's going to be big and she's intimately involved. So now I'm stuck here until it happens. So, good times. And then
Awesome.
I guess as far as like the look, B is athletic, a little hardened looking, but has a full sleeve tattoo that appears to be magic runes and symbols that kind of sets the tone of a lot of her gear of it looks like scientific equipment or standard weapons until you look a little closer and realize that there is a magical element mixed in with all of it, and that it maybe doesn't work the way that standard issued equipment that you would think of in a scientific team or a law enforcement team should operate or look like. So,
Awesome. Okay. Our team has been contacted by a source that they have used before that has given them credible information. But the source is not giving them a tip so much as they are giving them the group, an avenue for information. They have connected you to a scientist that is working in central New Mexico, which just happens to be close enough that it counts as sort of your regional jurisdiction's probably not the right word, but it's under your purview. And you've made initial contact to visit and get more information. But in order to do that, you're kind of doing the rollout of your, like, the home office. Marco's taco truck, coming or not? Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, the taco truck goes where I go. It's my only car.
And B has her, like, Airstream remote, like, mobile control office coming with at the back of your truck, also rolling out. So that begs the question, Lysithea is riding with whom?
Lysithea, I think, kind of looks blankly at both of them when they're like, "Do you want to ride with us?" And just don't understand why we need to do any of that. You know, perfectly fine. I can transport both of you now. Within a moment, I can simply fly us.
That's really cool. But I also need my truck. Can you fly the truck too?
She just kind of like looks at you through her veil and then just gives you a lavender candy and gets in your truck.
Shit, yeah. These things are so gross. I love them.
It tastes like perfume, or a candle, but not. Your breath will be so delightful, but also strange. Okay, so as you are rolling down the highway, I have placed this along New Mexico Route 380. If any of you are following along with a map, you do not need to, but I looked at this. That's where we are. I did my research. So in the process of heading to town, so you're going to what is Patience, New Mexico, and not too far away from Truth and Consequence, in a, like, broadly through the middle of the, like, scrubland of central New Mexico. There's not a whole lot of feature going on. It's a lot of flat step with like random rock formations popping up. A lot of like wayward cow and sheep, some goats scattered throughout the landscape, motorcycle accidents, these things. Not a whole lot of people in this. You guys know that the populated areas of New Mexico are either all the way at the top or all the way at the bottom. So it's a boring drive. When you hit close enough to the town that you are visiting, it is not marked with signs of like coming towards patients. You do, however, reach a point where you are stopped by a construction crew, like in like this sort of dip of a little scoop of a valley. The like utility work is happening as you enter the valley, and they stop you, like the person with the sign on the stick that flips over and it goes to slow, and they are like clearly digging. They've got excavators going on. There's some like massive cut into the rock that forms the like rim of this scoop of a valley. And it stops the 2-lane, one in each direction highway completely while this work is going on. They only stop you for a couple of minutes. But does anyone want to check out the work before? If you are new to Monster of the Week, there's a couple of things that each of the like hunters can do. So like just as a reminder, like if you're choosing which moves you might be working on, you might decide to investigate something, for instance. But I don't know if anyone wants to do that. I'm just offering it because it might be helpful
I
later.
might check it out,
I will say that one of my moves is if you are in good standing with your sect at the beginning of the mystery, I get to roll charm, and on a success,
Right, you had moves at the beginning. Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
You get useful info.
Okay.
Let me
Roll
just
me
go
some
ahead
charm.
and do that. Unfortunately, charm is my low stat.
That's okay. A certain number of failures, and you'll actually get better at things.
So that's an automatic failure right at the start of the game. On a miss, they ask you to do something bad.
Great. Okay. So
Let me just mark off that experience. All right.
This does not in any way set the tone or mode for what's going on from now on. It's fine.
Not at all.
Great. So as you are stopped with the person with the sign who like clearly has their like AirPods in, and I'm gonna go with they stop your truck and Airstream, and Marco is like behind you in the taco truck, rolling up slightly slower and like giving a lot more room in order to stop. That they choose at that moment to take a piece of construction equipment. Bless you. A thing that I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I read Goodnight Construction Site. So like, I don't know, a dump truck.
I read that book.
It was a favorite of my youth for a while. Like
I have read that book 500 times.
Yes. And I'm like, now I'm really actually very sad that I cannot remember anything except the excavator right now. I failed you. I'm so sorry. But so dump truck is going to go across. It's like laden with a bunch of like really chunky, like just boulders of rock that they have clearly like blasted or whatever and are moving through. So you've got like a minute. So like stretching your legs is not outside of the realm of possibility. So as you like get out and just do like the stretching thing, the putting like the feeling back in your, feet, but whatever, you can talk to the person holding the stop sign. So what would you ask about, if anything, other than like, hey, nice day we're having?
Hey, nice day we're having. What's all this for?
I mean, like officially we're putting in fiber. It's got to eventually make it all the way through. Like, we're following along like the state route, blah. But like, actually, right? Like, they're totally putting in another like server farm data center like in this space once, and Like, we got to lay the, it's really important. You know, I've been working on this line for like a couple of months now. So like, I know some things, and,
Okay.
you know, like Bezos has made at least one visit out here. Like, he's
Oh,
shorter
that
than you think he would be, like, but it's good. It's going to be a big deal. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know if you're like here to visit or like if you from the area, but like they've
I'm
got, you know, like
here for a job.
cool. With can you tell me if it's with like are you
Oh,
coming to
no. No. Bezos is a blight on our planet. I would never work with him.
but like we all got to get that bread. The
There's way more important things than money out there. You know, it's frankly really pathetic how much people care about these billionaires that are out there that like have done a goddamn thing of value for our economy. But you know,
he is a job creator, and if we don't get the example of the truly like genius people that have like led these kinds of innovation, like who exactly do we put in charge of this kind of stuff? I like, you know, I'm just
I
like,
mean,
man is brilliant, clearly. I mean, you don't get that successful without, right? And like, have you seen his wife?
the wife that he's divorced from now.
I meant the new one, but like, I understand. They do kind of look alike. That's fair. Joe, please
Uh,
hit this. What did you have a hand up for?
I did have. I was like, before he flirts anymore, or just goes down on his own Bezos path. Is he
Oh
hot?
no, we're going to talk about the red pill in like 2 minutes. Yes. What?
Is he hot? What's going on? What's he look like?
We're going to go with he is like somewhere in the early to mid 20s, like maybe he's like 23, 24. He's like skinny, but he's got a little bit of a like the like low hanging belly that just says like I really don't do anything but stand there. He's like, you know, this is not the ideal environment. He's dusty and he's sweaty, so he's got like hair that probably needed a haircut a couple of months ago, and now it's just like the like waves are kind of like hanging lank over the like, you know, he's got like trucker baseball hat on and, you know, cargo pants that none of the pockets are holding anything except like a vape box. And the safety vest, and he doesn't have a hard hat, but he does have like the wraparound sunglasses that are like way too expensive for the actual. Yes, that.
Y'all, you know what this guy looks like to me? Is a man who needs some squites dumplings. I'm gonna go bring him some. Uh,
Save B
and
from her -1 charm stat.
The yes,
he's gonna he's gonna come out with some like just like one of those little like food things. He's gonna say, "Okay, Auntie, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna bring this man some food."
Is that a wise choice?
It looks like B has him pinned down in an awkward conversation, and I'm going to go. I'm not sure which of them needs rescuing, but this is probably the least aggressive way I can stop them from doing whatever it is they're doing. Because you see his face, you see how he's getting kind of saucy, and you see how she's
Yeah.
kind of rocked back on her heels and
Mm,
is kind of squaring off. Yes,
It's like much like your name's B's own namesake in the Golden Girls. She does not want to deal with this. How would Blanche put it? Gentleman caller.
you're
I
right.
so like watching the girls with you. And she's just like, kind of like pats your shoulder.
And he like sort of like puts his hand on your hand. It's like
Mhm. And
absolutely.
I
He's
will
gonna-
stay here.
Okay, yeah, you keep a weather eye out, make sure there's not something shady going on. I don't reckon there is, but you never know. Yeah, I'm gonna come out. It's like, you look like a man who needs a snack.
and at this point, he's like fully like leaning like from like hip forward towards B, like like shaking a hand of like, you just need to understand this thing about how like the real world works here, and like
I will put the box into that hand. You look like you need a snack.
yeah, okay, man, yeah. Then like, I mean, you seem like a job creator.
Oh, you know it, man. I created my own job. I create all kinds of things. I created those.
He's gonna like pop open the lid of this like flip top sand, like the clamshell container or whatever. And you said dumplings?
Yeah, they're so what they are is like elotes, like esquites, like off the
Okay.
like in like a little wonton wrapper.
So like nice and messy.
So nice and messy. So when you bite them,
Yeah,
they kind of go burp.
Yeah, no, perfect. We're
I
gonna
hope
get like
that part of
3
your character creation that you've done on the side is that you created Marco's menu that he has for his food truck.
Oh no, this is just everything that Marco has is like a thing I have loved at a food truck recently. So like I had these. There's a food truck that just does
the
dumplings.
true love letter of Little Earthquakes is
Yes.
For convenient street food. And yeah, so he's like, you seem like a job creator. Yeah, like you made things like that's like, I think you must appreciate then the like truly innovative voices of this country. And like as he's like not quite finished with the word, he's gonna bite into like 3/4 of the dumpling, and there's gonna be like the little like dribble of like the lime juice with like some of the like cotija and stuff like down like at least one side of them. But you know what it means to really move things forward. You have to rely on like business is where we're going to see progress. I don't know like these people.
Oh man, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. We gotta have job creators, aren't they? Yeah, they're real good. Yeah, you gotta have innovators. You gotta have creators, man. You gotta have people who aren't afraid.
I mean, like you know what would make it better though? Like
what?
Ranch. Like if we just put like just like a squeeze of Hidden Valley like all over the fog over, like that would just be like, you know.
Yeah, I got some in the
I
truck.
would open my own truck. Like,
yeah, why not? You know, you should sometime, man. It's it's not that hard.
Ideas.
You do. It sounds like you sound like an innovator yourself. So tell me, my man, you're saying they're putting in fiber here? You're saying they're putting in what do we got going on over here? What do we got going on in this?
I mean, we're like opening up the rock in order to run fiber lines. But like what I was just telling my honey here that we are like they're absolutely putting in a server data farm. Like, you know, we've had too many of the like the bigwig, you know, guys with the loafers walking through for like that's like you know the like cowboy boots that have never seen dust, like those kinds of
Oh yeah. I get it. Guys who show up at a construction site with like a borrowed hard hat. They don't know what the fuck. So what like so where's this data center going?
Tuna. Like wouldn't that be good with like tuna?
Like
right?
tuna? Oh, you know, I did actually have a thing, an idea for a recipe once. I don't want to do. You can't really do like ahi tuna in a truck.
What's that?
It's a problem. It's like raw tuna. It's nice, but like if you want to, I wouldn't worry about it. I have made tuna salad dumplings though. They actually worked. They weren't terrible. They play pretty good in the Midwest. But anyway, where's this server farm going? Where's this data center going?
Yeah, I mean, like, land is cheap. Sorry, that's your accent. Land is cheap. Like you know, like God, there's like fucking nothing in the valley. Like, you know, pardon my French. It's a main street. Like we don't stay here even when we're done for. There's nowhere to stay. Like street has like a store and you know it's like canned goods and whatever, and I guess you could buy like a shovel if you wanted to, and then there's like the chapel, which is also the library, and then like one building where people have space to do what, like there's no mayor, the guy's an alderman and he's a fucking weirdo, and like you know I mean, like, we've had some good conversations over like a beer, and like, yeah, like I think he sees eye to eye with me on some things, but like, you know, like you have to eat the beer, drink the beer at the counter in the general store. Like,
Oh yeah,
there's
that kind of
nothing here
slowed down.
yet, but like we're bringing it here. This is where we start actually building America back.
All right, all right, all right, all right. That sounds sick, man. That sounds real sick. Your truck there looks like it might.
I actually got to let you go.
Oh
But
yeah,
you know, like
absolutely.
we'll be at
Oh,
the.
what a
He's gonna like
shame.
to be like. I mean, at the end of the like when we get like 5:30. I mean, we're gonna be down
My
having a
man,
whatever a Michelob or blah. Like you know,
I'm
like
gonna
they got
be
cores and stuff too.
I'm
my
gonna
man. If I
be
see
probably
you,
at work, but even
all
if I
right.
wasn't, that's probably still would be a no from me. But yeah, and she's just gonna turn without actually saying any goodbyes and just like get back in her
I,
truck.
Well,
like,
man, next time I see you, I will serve you some dumplings absolutely smothered in ranch. You got it,
like
buddy.
that's like we could collaborate on this. Like, do
I
you
want to
need
hear
consulting?
I want to hear all your ideas. All right, I'll talk to you later, man. You have a good one.
I could give you my number.
He's gonna just get back. He's just
Thank you.
he's gonna look at Lysithia and be just like, Auntie,
Yes.
is there an angel of wrath?
She just kind of like she leans forward, and then just kind of like when you get into the truck to hear news, and when you say that, she just kind of goes and like leans back into her chair.
Because I think the angel of wrath has tried to possess me, and I had to fight it off. Talking to this individual. I'm just gonna drive. I'm just gonna drive.
There are those that it's all they can do to hold on to what little stifling things that they have in their life in order to keep things going. You should never judge. It looks like you want to judge.
Oh, I'm past wanting, Auntie. I'm past wanting. I'm there. I'm judging.
Sign flips to slow. Thank you, chat, by the way, for somewhat validating the fact that I also hated playing this person as much as me.
You did that. You did that too well.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, Marco is just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, slow. Like, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna drive slow. I'm not running
guy with
this
the
man
dumplings.
over.
So you are gonna head into the valley. So like his information overall may be spurious, but at least about the layout of town, he appears to be correct. There is like that Route 380 goes straight through the middle of Patience, and along like you pass a couple of little like homes that are a single story, like they've clearly been put together by like a series of prefab stuff that's been like cobbled. The foundations are not laid like nicely through concrete or anything. Like it's just like laid either onto earth or like basically pallet, and like little plots of garden and there's just a handful that you pass as you get like into the valley towards the town, such as it is. As like Main Street is 380, there is a general store. There is immediately next to that like an old-fashioned like chapel that has like a little addition on the side that doesn't quite match. Steeple and everything, but clearly like probably like 2-room chapel. Across from that, there's a like grayer building, but that's actually built with like cinder block as opposed to like dry wood. It looks like a strong wind could probably blow all of this over, but you don't have any of that necessarily. Like nothing happens, nothing moves. The like actual like there's no sidewalk. It's just like road and then like dusty stretch of like caliche and then buildings. Like the general store looks like it's trying to go for a little bit of like the Wild West vibe, but like not quite. And there's like two people hanging out on this front porch of the general store. There is a couple of places where you can clearly like park in little, like not even a lot, but just a like cleared section of dirt next to either what you're deeming as like the office building, because that is where the scientist told you to go, and also one across the street with the chapel. There's one old beat up truck in the chapel parking lot when you roll in. But you're going to go to see your scientist, whose name is Valerie something. I wrote this down. Valerie Carr, the Arre. And she is going to be in one of the like basically 2-room offices in the like gray rectangular prism of the building. So there's a little like slide in nameplate next to one of the doors that has her like geology services, blah, blah, like comma car on there. And you can knock on the door and make yourself known. The woman that comes to greet you, sorry, I'm like, yeah. We're gonna zoom a little bit forward. The woman that comes to greet you is young, like she's clearly still like working on her. The person, your contact didn't specifically call her doctor. It turns out she's not like fully vested with her PhD yet. She's still working on her research. And she's working in this area that she tells you specifically because you have these like really old rock formations, the ones that kind of like jut up, and that they have evidence of like the ancient oceans that were like filling over the lower lying areas of New Mexico before you get to the Mongolian Rim. And that like the actual like soil and caliche and stuff between that is basically like really hard, like calcified, but underneath that there's like really loose, like just like soil that's like a mixture of sand, but it makes it really easy to dig for stuff. It's just like you are kind of looking for those like individual outcroppings in for your work. She talks a little bit about like what she is looking for, but really quickly it's well, I did notice something odd, which is why I talked to my friend, and he said that this might be something that would interest you. I don't really know what it is that you all do. He just said that you might be able to like make some connections. I mean, we're out here in the middle of nowhere. Any help would be nice. Because things have gotten a little bit more interesting since my first call. Yeah. So she'll show you some like seismic data. So like ticker tape that has part of the reason that this valley is really helpful for my research is that it's very inactive. So a lot of those older rocks that are just sitting in the soil don't really go anywhere. So when we do our digs, we're able to get to what I am looking for relatively easily. But we have been picking up earthquakes. And in a couple of places in the valley, and they're not big events. It's things that like if we're on the opposite side, no one can feel it, but like definitely activity where we have put our seismographs in the places where we're doing our digs. And honestly, the only reason we have the seismographs going is we wanted to be able to tell whether or not we were shifting enough of the soil that we were going to cause like slides, especially should any rain come through. So this is very weird. Like we were not expecting to get any of this information. Like only if we had disturbed something were we expecting to see the rumbles that would tell us basically to clear the area or that our equipment could become damaged. And then we had some deaths. And it might actually be easier if I just show you one of them. Or you could talk to the men that do garbage pickup some of the time are would be like witnesses is probably the wrong word, but they were the ones that found him.
Yo, are you about to show us a dead body?
No. Like, it's been
Okay.
both of them have been cleared. Some of the goats might still. I mean, like there's coyotes and stuff, so maybe not. But yeah, we can. I mean, We can go load in my truck, or you can follow me. But I
Okie
don't know.
dokie.
I don't know if they're related. It's just that it happened around the same time. Like this information that we were getting when we were starting our digs, and then I thought at first that it was going to be from the utilities people that were coming through. Like maybe they were blasting when they weren't supposed to, because they're supposed to notify us when that happens, so that I can like know on my readings from my data that it's not actually from. But they weren't doing any blasting for like 4 days on either sides of some of the seismograph readings that we were getting, or at least they weren't supposed to be doing any blasting for. And it definitely isn't happening in all of those places in the valley unless they're doing something really illegal. I mean, like Earl and oh god, whatever his name is, are the best sources for the one. But there's a goat farmer in the valley who was found. Half of him was found right around the time. He was partially interred, but only partially.
Half in the ground.
Yes. That.
Gross.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Have you checked for graboids?
I don't know what that is.
It's you got to see tremors. You can't be doing science work out here and not see tremors. Like that's like illegal. All right. We'll look at your stuff and I'll show you tremors. All right.
Yeah.
We run a very official business here. Sophia just kind of interjects.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry, B, sorry.
Yeah, no. She tells
the
scientist that, backing you up.
Yeah. So I can show you where that happened. Or
that would be great. Yes, please.
How many deaths were there?
Oh, there's only been 2. I mean, only like, with a population of like 20, that's pretty nuts. But yeah, it's just that they both happened within like 24 hours of this really fucking weird data. So yes.
Show us.
Yeah. I want to see.
Cool. Let's go check out a goat farm. Okay.
Okay, we can. Oh, hey, B.
What?
Do you think they're gonna let us pet the goats?
I can't see why not.
I like goats.
Why do you like? What? Let's just go, and can we please focus and
I'm
not
focused.
get distracted with talks about food and things that are going to become food?
I hadn't thought about that. And you know what? I'll bet those goats around here, those goats they're farming have a lot less to do. I mean, they could be food, obviously. Goat is a big thing, anywhere where you can make goat, but I'll bet they're doing a lot of brush clearing for like keeping wildfires down. That's what they're also really good for out here. Because, I'll bet you strike a match out here. Poof. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, so I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Something troubling you, Beatrix?
Just, the assignment. Let's just focus on the job. And I feel like my day will suddenly start getting a lot better.
Do you need me to make you a Thai iced tea?
Yes.
No. I've got some waters in the truck. I'm fine.
Okay. Well, the offer will still stand later. Okay. Let's go follow our scientist.
Beatrix.
Valerie will get in her like old ass Toyota, and it's like that color that like wasn't beige but also wasn't yellow. Like, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Lord knows how they sold that. They probably called it like Harvest Gold or something, but like, anyway, it's got a whole series of equipment in the back. Like you can see there's like things that are as like blunt instrument as like a pickaxe, but there's also things that are like clearly electronic and stuff. Some of it's covered with a tarp. And she will start rattling her way out of the like main area of town, such as it is, toward the opposite side of the valley from where the utility people stopped you as you were coming in. The goat farm, such as it is like still has like goats roaming around. It's open like grazing land. It's scrubby, so like the goats are feeding on, like ocotillo and like bushes that have as many like thorns on them as they do like tiny little scrubby leaves. And in the true like goat way, like half of them are like standing on things to make themselves slightly taller to see what's going on. There's a little house, 1 story. There's a goat up on this like the roof of the house, over top of like a little bit of a porch by the front door. There's a like vegetable patch garden immediately to the side of that, and an old, like I want to say like an old VW bug in the front, in like what functions as a driveway. Valerie will take you in like to the driveway towards the house and then into the rest of the goat farm by like opening a like cattle gate. There's no like rolly grid, but just like the part of the fence. So like open that, let you drive in, close it behind you. I feel like Marco's taco truck is probably, or at least the Airstream is probably going to stay outside. And you can see that like the cleanup that's happened here has not been super extensive, but anything that was like directly gory is no longer in evidence. But like you walk towards the house, and to the side opposite the garden, there's one of those like individual operation. I wrote this down. It's a skip something because I messed up the name of it. It's also construction equipment.
A skid steer?
Thank you. Yes, skid steer. All right. So individual person like climbs in, closes the cagey bit. It's got like a little like pusher shovel in front of it, basket so you can move things. There's an area that's like clearly being sort of like leveled and cleared next to the house on that side, with the skid steer. But it's like, like it's like the size of a porta potty altogether, right? Like one person fits inside of it to operate it. It's not a huge piece of equipment.
Skid steer's small and light and quick. She stops, she turns, she does a trick. That's from Goodnight Construction Site.
Thank you. Okay, I was like, I know this. Why do I know?
Sophia was going to be like one of the signs.
Yeah.
I didn't realize we had homework to read this book before the stream, guys.
Oh my god. I was like, can I find this somewhere? Can this be our, like, as we say goodnight to everyone, do we need to read this? Goodnight Construction Site. Okay. So you see the like area that's partially cleared, and there's like stray bits of like goat fur that are like scattered around, but it's almost like it's been blowing in the wind for a while, so it's kind of all over, like little bits of fluff. There is, like, as you look upon the ground, there's places where like there was like the scuff of probably both goat hooves and footprints, and like little bits of darkened dried blood in the soil. And in front of the skip steer, there's a little like divot in the ground, with like the ground has been churned up, so this doesn't have that same dry calcified, like, broken up like layer that the rest of the valley has here. It's clear it's been churned up into more loose soil, and there's a little, like, almost like donut-shaped divot. And in the middle of that, it's clearly been partially filled in, but once again, still has some of that, like, dried ox blood, toned bits of stuff. There's, like, little bits of, like, fabric scrap still in the hole in the middle, but, like, somebody has clearly, like, kicked in a whole bunch of the loose soil into the middle of the donut. The goats are still, like, milling around. They see you guys and are, like, close enough that they're interested in what's going on, but they're not, like, close, like, they haven't been treated like pets or anything. The goat on the top of the roof obviously, like, clambers over to the side and is at you. So yeah, I didn't find him. One of our neighbors, the alderman, had checked in on him because I guess he was supposed to do something in the office. And when he came out, he's also the one that did the immediate cleanup. We had to get all the way out from, like, county sheriff to come out, and but yeah, this is
you've
what
like
remains.
you've like called the police, right?
Yeah, the county sheriff came out and and did the I think they put him on a tarp and rolled it out to the, I don't know. I heard about it later in the general store portion of things, and then, like, we do some of our, like, collection and like, the goats pasture land runs to one of our research sites, and she, like, points out into the distance too. So, like, we see them every once in a while. I've had to bring back a goat that, like, got loose and decided to follow us doing our thing. He's a nice guy. I think he was clearing out some more, like, garden land, basically. But yeah, not married. No, like, I don't know what this is going to become.
Hopefully not another Amazon server farm.
She's, like, genuinely like, what the fuck? Yeah, I guess not. That'd be bad.
I think Marco is going to engage her, is going to sort of do, like, standard operating procedure where he is going to sort of engage her in conversation while these two investigate, both in a spiritual way and in a magic cop way.
All right, just in the interest of, like, making moves, are you going to be like, are you trying to distract? Are you trying to help them? Like,
I think I am. I think what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to distract, but I'm also trying to investigate in my own way.
Okay.
But so I'm kind of running cover in case these two want to do something magic. I'm covering for them. So if they want to pull out, like, dowsing rods or some, like, or if Lysithiel does something angelic and horrifying, they could be like, no, look at this. I'm telling you all about the Amazon server farm these schmucks are putting in. Did you believe what this guy said about putting ranch on my fucking dumplings? Jesus Christ. But it's gonna in a very like, but also in a very, like, he's just gonna be like an affable himbo at her.
Okay. I guess I'm asking, do you want to, because the moves would be either manipulate someone or help out, right?
I think I'm going to go, go for help out.
Okay. Maybe with some charm here, where we...
I think this is cool for me.
Yeah, no, help out is cool, right? Unless you have something on your sheet, and I don't remember.
Don't think I do. I think... if I need to buy something, sell something, or hire someone.
Yeah, because you have the... Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, not quite.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you need help on your truck, like, like, we don't know.
Let me see. Let's see here. Roll 2d6.
Yep.
And all right, that is an 8.
Okay. So they get +1, but you also expose yourself to trouble or danger.
Okay.
She's gonna get that you're like kind of like talking to her to get the other two doing something. Since she knows you're here to investigate, she's gonna kind of like clock that that's what's happening, but still let you continue to talk to her and like lead her away, because like she doesn't know what you do, but she knows that you're here to theoretically do some kind of like investigation or so like she'll let it happen. Also, Rouge and Joe, you guys get a +1 to your investigation, or I suppose if you're doing magic-y stuff, that could also be a thing. And I'm going to mute myself because I'm going to eat an apple chip. Not an esquite dumpling, though that does sound real darn good.
Right? Okay. So I am going to use magic because B actually has a move, that old black magic, where when you use magic, you can ask a question from the investigate a mystery move as your effect. So she's actually going to pull out some equipment from her truck that, if you don't look too closely, does bear a resemblance to like sample collection, like a geology like sample collection kit, except that if you notice the like samples that she has to mix it with do not bear any resemblance to the sorts of chemicals or solvents you would normally use. And so she is going to go up to the space and like just like scrape some of the dust and the rock samples and like put it in like a couple of test tubes that look not as sterile as one might think a sample test tube should look. And then she's going to like shake that up and then wait for something to happen. And I'm going to go ahead and roll that.
So you're rolling weird, right?
I'm rolling weird. I
Okay.
just rolled an 11. So
Dang!
adding the +3 that I get between my stat and the +1 to help out,
Yep.
I fucking nailed it. I can't exactly figure out what's going on. So from the move set, so how it works, investigate a mystery. I get to hold 2 because it's it's 10 plus. And so the first thing I'm going to say is what is being concealed here. Seems like the most straightforward thing until I know what we're working with.
Awesome. I'm so glad that you got okay.
And then I can either ask the other question now or I can save it for later. So we're just going to start with the what is being concealed here and see if I have a follow-up question.
Okay. You're going to tell me what it looks like as this stuff like bubbles or whatever that like causes it to reveal what's going on. I don't know, like if like just you see stuff being unveiled in front of you. So actually, no, I'm going to do that. Sorry, taking over your roleplay. How dare you? So like the stuff that like as it like the solvents bubble and like the chemical reactions take place and things change color in test tubes, and like little tiny strips of paper, you know, have stripes that form across them, whatever. What's going to happen for you because you've done this is that you see like kind of that same color that the test tube turned shows up. Like for you, it almost looks like somebody put like fluorescent paint out on the ground.
But
like,
we really want to get weird with it. After she like shakes it, she actually downs the potion, and that's why she can see it.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So like, not only looks like fluorescent paint on the ground, but like, there's a lovely halo of sparkles around your now. The like, we don't know the alcohol content of. So the like, you can tell that something bad happened with like the donut area, right? Like, based upon the description that you got from Valerie, like that is probably where they found the farmer half interred. That's not the thing that clocks your magic, though. It's actually the goats that like, and the leftovers from the goats that are like floating around, that's going to set off your like glow. So you notice that like the bits and pieces of their blood, etc., like there's definitely like a trail around, and that looks like it's spread out, but that's not like, your magic isn't showing, like the spread is not the story. There's a like further along, you can see that there's an indication of almost like a circle that's been formed with this like some of the goat's blood and like the bits of fur that are unlodged. There's like still some like goaty bits, little bits of bone and sinew and loveliness that hasn't actually been picked up or like snacked on by the coyotes, whatever. Not quite like viscera, but like little tiny bits left over that like the vultures and the crows, etc., have not picked through. But you can see in the dirt that there's been like intentionally that some of this like carnage of the goats that were killed happened in a specific location laid out in a circle. There's some markings in the soil that like you can't quite tell if it's like runes or whatever, but like somebody definitely scuffed through this before something went either off or was interrupted, because it's definitely not perfect. Like the magic here was messed up or incomplete or whatever, but like the goat, like detritus is intentional and came from this circle in the ground. Like somebody was doing something where the killing of goats was intentional in a circle with symbols that were etched in. You can't totally tell, but this and what happened over with the donut isn't ringing the same like magical signature. This is the like something is off, or like something intentionally happened here that you are able to pick up the like the scent, the trail, the chemical signature.
Okay. I think given that information, B would actually sort of like look back over her shoulder at Lysithia and just sort of be like, and sort of like indicate over here by this area instead of over by the donut.
Sorry, I need a better way to like tiny little crater or whatever. Donut shaped.
No, donut. The donut. The diabolical donut.
Everything in this game is food. I'm sorry, everyone. If it is not a construction element, it is food.
Lysithia makes her way over, and she says, "And what do you see?"
There's magic residue here. This is the real source of whatever supernatural element is happening. It's someone was doing something with the goats, and I think there might have been a rune circle. It's hard to tell since there's so much that's been scuffed, and it's hard to tell what was done by whoever did this versus the people who came in were investigating already, who probably just walked all over and messed it up further, or the wild animals who've passed through at this point, but it's definitely here that something was happening.
In your practice, do you recognize if this is a ritual of summoning, a ritual of protection, or something else? Obviously, ill intent, but...
Actually, yeah, let me go ahead and use my second hold of, can I ask, what was it going to do?
Okay.
I look at the second test tube and down that one and like go back to looking at the circle.
Cool. Different colors.
Different colors, different sights. I'm gonna have a headache in the morning, but you're mixing different
you're missing your
potions
stimulants and your depressants
in the same
here.
night is never a good idea, but
nope.
You know what they say, that stuff will kill you.
It's like liquor before beer. It's like, no, can't do the one solvent before the other one. You're going to have a bad day. The hangover going to be intense. Okay. So if the first one flared as like, in my head, it's like fluorescent pink, and this one's like a fluorescent like neon green coming up. So like, this just looks like somebody was like, I don't know, getting ready for a rave out here to you at the moment, and like it kind of hurts the eyes to stare at it too much. So you can recognize there is, once again, like the circle that's been made. Looking at the symbols that are like, once again, obscured or damaged, you have 725 for those of us who need to be. Okay.
Do you want to go on break, or since I'm not part of the scene, can I dip out and call my kid real quick?
Yes, or we can go like another like 5 and then give everybody 5. Is that
perfect?
Okay. So sorry guys, bedtime, very important. Not winking, that's real. Bedtime important. Okay. You'll read Goodnight Construction Site, obviously.
Obviously.
So the symbols that have been like obscured and messed with, you can tell that it's not like somebody was trying to cover it up, it's that it was actually interrupted. And the symbols that you see are like ringing bells of like, I see things here that could be a summoning. I see things here that could be a like removal of obstacles, like opening a gate or a door. That this is like, for lack of better word, it feels like this is like somebody was trying to unleash something in this spot. That the goat was both a source of like blood and life to be used to power the magic, but also a distraction. Because like, we're in central New Mexico, the cryptid stuff that gets like rumored around here, like you got some weird goat death that's going to happen that people are going to, already think of as bizarre, and but also not look too closely at. Like they'll just make sure that their like fences are set and that they said an extra prayer and put up some garlic or something. So the goats were not the point, they were the like battery, and something was botched but was meant to sort of both summon and like provide a way to get around barriers. Like those are the symbols that you're seeing. Like this is a combination of making something come, but also opening the door for them to be able to do that. And if you had to guess, a lot of the like language and stuff that it's from, we've got some like slight demonic resonance in terms of like, this is what like how people chose to phrase their magic.
It looks like summoning. If I had to guess, I'd say it might be an attempt at demon summoning, or they just found the spell from a demonic source, but they didn't do it well. This person probably had no business fucking around with this kind of magic.
No.
They fucked it up.
Let me see. And Lysithia, I think she just kind of like she like makes sure that like her little short black gloves are like tight on her hand, but she like leans over to look at the I guess the markings or what's left of them. Is there anything that she would be able to read, or would you like me to roll?
Heck yeah, you're gonna roll.
All right.
So
sounds like you're trying to investigate a mystery.
So it could be investigate a mystery. I think you could make an argument for read a bad situation now, since you are taking what B has already told you and already investigated and building upon that, but she used magic. So investigate a mystery also makes perfect sense to me, depending on what is either better for you or that you have an ability for.
Yeah. You know what? I think I'm going to. Both of them are going to be about the same. I'm getting +1.
Yes, you are.
So I'm going to roll plus sharp for
Mm-hmm.
memory. That's great. Okay, I'm going to read a bad situation.
Okay.
That is with a +1. That's a 6. So
Okay.
doing great. And
Okay.
so,
So like on a 6.
yes.
Yeah. You don't have any hold for situation or for like questions for me on a 6. I'm sorry.
No, I don't. I have smite. My body is a divine weapon. Counts as a weakness against monsters who fight. That's it. That's the only thing I can see possibly helpful in this
Okay.
situation. But otherwise, it's a straight up. It's a fail. It's fail forward.
So the bad situation questions are things like, what's the biggest threat to me? Like, what am I missing in the situation?
Right.
Would you like to try and investigate for a different question?
Sure. Give it a go. I'm assuming that +1 is gone with the roll.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is no trouble. Mixed success. So that is a 7.
Okay.
For investigate.
So the like kinds of questions for this one are like, we have a little bit of a what happened here, but like, yeah, okay, you got it. Never mind. What am I doing?
I'm on top.
Sorry.
On top.
You professional. You came prepared.
I did. So you asked some really good ones. To be honest, B. Ooh, but narrowing it down for the rest of them.
Yeah, I feel like I asked the broad questions, and now that we've got some info,
what is
it's
being
just kinda
concealed
try
is
and
like such a good one.
it's the vaguest, most broad, like,
Love it.
"Hey, throw me a bone here. What should I be asking you right now?"
What sort of
I
creature?
let you roll twice. I've given you plenty of bone. You come up with this. Okay.
What sort of creature?
I've got so boned in this game already.
What sort of creature is it? Yeah.
Okay. So you've got like the goat bits. You have humanoid footprints. So the goats did not set up the circle. If you get like down close to the footprints that are the best preserved, I would say that you can also tell that you've got people in cowboy boots, and that there's also somebody that was wearing like sneakers. Beyond that, it's like unclear, but like definitely humanoid, like feet in shoes. And they are like cowboy boots have a distinctive pattern of the, like the triangle, and then and then like I'm gonna say it's like fucking Nike Air like prints. Yes. So yeah.
Lysithia, she points that out to B, but is this something that I have been maybe something that has been preordained that I can count as a thing? I sent you a message in Discord.
I would say it's an attempt.
Okay.
Like,
all right.
Yeah. The thing that is the closest to, like, as you're looking around at the
One or two.
before we go into break. Oh yeah, sure, go ahead.
What, one or two? The first one or second one? I messaged you in Discord. I'm sorry.
I see it.
Okay.
More of a 2.
2. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Lysithia kind of like smiles, kind of like Riley, and like gets up and looks at Beatrix with her kind of like dark eyes, and she says, "Beatrix, you are very lucky on this day, for this was almost one of the things that was foretold. But either through inexperience or something else. The portal has not been opened.
Not much. So as you walk back to Marco's gonna finish his wander with Valerie. Like maybe he's asked her some things about like what kinds of stuff that they've been collecting, over in the rocks. I will say, Lysithia, you are walking past a little squat bush. Like I'm thinking like Mexican bird of paradise kind of thing. It's got these like little like orange like fairy looking flowers, but it's scrubby, right? And like the goats have been like chewing on it, whatever, but like this one has stuck in it like the little bits of fur, and there's tiny little bits of like bone and like little chips of, and you can see like a part of what has to be a jawbone like sticking out of the leaves of this plant as you're like walking back to get back into your truck and head back towards town.
Lysithia like stops and like dead in her tracks and like with unnatural strength, but like gentleness, like tries to stop B from moving.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to touch it or anything.
Okay.
But
Beatrix.
like you can just go around, but
okay.
But you notice.
Okay. Am I honor bound to like say them out loud, or? Yeah. Okay. And Beatrix says, like, but you are curious about the prophecy, aren't you?
Wait, yes, of course I'm interested about the prophecy.
She points in at the where we just came from, like the portal. She says
The donut.
that's hell.
The
donut is actually slightly separate from the portal,
sigil,
but yes.
the
circle. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
That was an attempt, but lo, I'm going to see if I can find it. She says, trees bearing fruit, tooth and bone, and she like points at. And she's like, and this is one of the first signs of the coming apocalypse. She just holds her hands up like this and like looks at it.
Okay, but since they failed, is that the sign, or is that a sign that the apocalypse was diverted? What does that mean?
Sometimes failures can be a success.
Okay. We're gonna take a short break because one of our players is doing a bedtime right now. So I'm gonna say let's take 5 if that's okay with everybody. And stretch, move around. I have been sitting in this terrible camp chair for a while, so I need to move. So yeah, 5, and then we will get back into it as you are back in town, I want to say. And you can either talk about it with Marco, or I don't know, eat a dumpling. What kinds of things do you like eating, Ranch on chat? Thank you for so far. And we will tune back in about 5 minutes. It occurs to me that I did not let Will know that this was happening. So
I just messaged him, so hopefully he saw it.
Okay. While you are headed back to town, Valerie will take her truck and you will clamber on back in. By this point, I want to say that it's like afternoon, and the construction stuff appears like in the distance to have been like they're still doing something, but they're mostly like rolling out with a truck. You can, like, as you park either next to the chapel or the general store, entirely up to you, doesn't really matter. You'll notice that like the same people that were out in front of the general store are still like sitting on like the little bench and in the like old school foldy chair with like the like vinyl strips across in the like stripe pattern that like sits really low to the ground. You know what I'm talking about? Like just sitting there like casually. It's the middle of the afternoon drinking a beer. like not like a Pabst Blue Ribbon, but like a Pabst Blue Ribbon, if you're feeling my and just like sitting there and watching y'all drive back in. Valerie is going to head back to her office to like compile some of the data that she's already done. She's like, so I showed you that. If you want to know about the other death, though, I would definitely talk to the two guys that do our garbage collection. And she'll like point to the guys having a beer over at the general store. Also, like the store is owned by Wanda. She's really helpful for local information too. And obviously any supplies that you need, she's the person to talk to. In the chapel immediately next to it is the town library. It's a series of shelves, but and sometimes you can find the alderman in his office, which is 2 doors down from mine. He might even be in the general store by now. There's not a whole lot to do with, and we're heading towards quitting time. But yeah, I'm gonna go run a thing on the computer now that you have a little bit of a sense of what's up. If you need me, you know where to find me. And she'll like give her contact information to B. Self-service is really spotty though, especially like as the utility stuff is happening. Every once in a while, it just goes away for like an hour, and then it'll pop back in. So it's easier just to walk over and knock on the door.
Oh, sure. Thanks so much for taking us out there to look, and we'll certainly be in touch if we find anything that's helpful for you.
I mean, I'd say you're welcome, but that probably wasn't the greatest afternoon that you've spent. I just, it'd be nice to know. Oh, that I'm sure that's
probably you probably didn't need to know that, but that's fine.
You've been plenty helpful. And she like just slips Valerie Carr like a lavender scented candy. Gives that to her.
Oh, thank you. Well, I guess I'm happy to know that it's professionals on the case. And she will put the candy in her pocket. Yes. Okay. We are going to do a 5-minute break, theoretically, but we are currently still running So I don't know if anyone needs to go, feel free to put themselves camera shut off, and we can ramble about enchiladas or something, because yes. All right. Yeah, Joe, bye.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am back. My children yelled.
No.
But gleefully, mostly. Theo built a Lego Charizard and a Lego Luke's speeder, like sand speeder.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah.
Star Wars, which is really cool.
That is cool. I'm thinking of I am thinking of it's like yellow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a little gray and yellow doohickey.
Nice.
So
yeah, now he's got to get in the practice of doing these are not the droids you're looking for.
Mm-hmm. He's never seen a Star Wars.
I was just about to ask.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't seen a lot of things that he references.
Yeah,
we're not a media literate house.
It's fine.
It's not so much media literacy as it is like we don't watch TV.
Yeah. I don't even know. This last holiday season was the first time my niece could do Home Alone. Because if any of you are familiar, recently have watched, Home Alone is actually not fun until about 3/4 of the way through the movie. And there's a lot of scary in the whether it's threatened on screen. One of the things she had the biggest problem with was because the music keys up as though something terrible is going to happen. The score for Home Alone is John Williams, I think. And
it's a full horror movie. It's just not monsters. It's goofy.
Yeah. And as ridiculous as the two thieves are, like they still make threats. There's the man with the shovel that he thinks is going to be the murderer and like isn't. Spoilers if anyone hasn't seen Home Alone, sorry. But like I remember we were watching the part where he's like walking home from the grocery store and the truck of the two thieves is like following him slowly, and the music starts keying up like something bad is going to happen, and she kept being like, I don't want to keep watching this. It's like something terrible is going to happen to Kevin. And we're like, it's okay, like, you know, you can stick with it. And then of course once people started getting harmed for funsies, she was all about it. But like previous years, I guess
rules.
yeah, I mean, like they
just keep
tried
getting back up,
the
so
year
they're
before,
clearly
and she
fine.
couldn't handle and like that's fine because like the first part of it, like what's fun about a kid being left at home while his family goes through the airport in a very pre-2001 like experience
Right.
of going through an airport. That's yes. But yes, the gleeful laughter once things started harming the bad guys.
Yeah.
I had forgotten how much of the movie does not involve like any of the like heist, etc. bits. Like it's a full like 3/4 of, if not more, of the movie, and then we have
the heist bits.
yes.
Yeah, I never liked Home Alone 1 or 2. Not
right.
a fan. Was never a fan.
I haven't seen 2 in forever, so I honestly couldn't like. I mean, like I remember the like incredible sappiness of his friendship with the woman who I guess is supposed to be like unhoused. And I remember like the ornament or whatever, but I don't remember anything about like how that happens. I feel like there's an FAO Schwartz involved, but I might be mixing that up with like Big. I don't know.
I do remember I really liked Home Alone 3 because of the parrot.
I have never seen Home Alone 3.
There's a parrot.
Will's back if we still want to go on break.
I'm okay as long as everybody like that needs bio time, whatever, can do that. Like Jen, I don't know if you need to like I can wiggle a little bit. I'm all right.
I'm good. I've done.
He's here now, so if by
no,
wiggle
Will,
be...
we no longer need your services. No, it's fine. Do we want to do a break?
Let's just do a break so we can say we've done it.
All right,
let's just
cool.
do 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. And we're back. Thank you for hanging with us during the break. We are about to get back to the story. If you also took a break with us, the hunters are on their way back into town. The scientist, Valerie Carr, has just like sent them on like the possibly next step of their investigation. Bee and Lysithia were able to collect some information that was not available for like plain sight about the murder site that took place out in the scrublands outside of town on a goat farm. That Valerie had indicated one of the mysterious deaths had happened. And her suggestion is for you to talk to the 2 garbage men, or the people that perform the service of removing garbage for the town, who are sitting outside the general store in order to talk about the other mysteries that have happened and to continue your investigation. We're late afternoon. People are starting to wrap up their daily activities, including our good friends from the utility and construction company. Yeah, that's where we left off. So you're headed back in. Everybody parks. Where are you going? What are you doing? What do we tell Marco? And yes.
Yeah. What do I know? And what do you want? What do you want your himbo to do? Who do you want me to himbo at?
Lysithia takes like one of her like leather gloved hands, like and like puts it around your forearm, just like whenever she does this, it's like she is about to tell you something of the most importance. So she says, one of the signs of the apocalypse has been sighted, with not but mine own eyes, but also Beatrix's.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm. What do I? Am I supposed to do something about that?
No, this is for you to know.
Oh,
And
okay.
for Beatrix, so she like turns her gloomy eyes on you, and for Beatrix to know, as Beatrix, I know your heart is good. I know your heart is true, but you must work diligently to keep it as pure as you can.
If you have so much faith in me and my heart, why can't you just tell me what the actual prophecy is?
It has been preordained. I take no delight in this.
Apocalypse, not great.
No. And she like seems to consider it. No.
I'm
Could be okay. You know, we haven't lived through it yet. We don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna so
Natural disasters are great for the economy. That's probably not actually. I
There
don't
will be
know.
nothing.
well,
nothing
Jill and
natural.
He's
I
a
No, who
construction
thinks
guy.
that?
He probably has opinions on it.
There's there
I'm
will be
gonna
nothing natural about it. Although the failure of one opening of the gate has thankfully failed, it has caused yet another sign. A tree bearing fruit of blood and teeth and bone. Although
Where's this?
most of the work was done by Beatrix.
Beatrix, you made a tree out of blood and teeth and bone?
No. I took some samples and made potions that would allow me to see supernatural auras, and I tracked that it wasn't the crater, but the next to the crater that was the bigger problem, and we realized it was a summoning circle. The tree thing is separate. That's something that Lysithia saw.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out for I always thought that was going to happen in New Zealand, not here, but whatever.
But
Well,
yeah, someone tried to do what looks like a summoning circle that would have opened a portal, and the runes were pretty badly scuffed, so like I can't read everything, but it does look like it was demonic in nature, the symbols, and also that it was interrupted, so they weren't successful. They're really suck at magic, or they got interrupted by something else, or both. But it's something happened, and I think that's related to why now have a and they were using the goats as the fuel cell, so there was like a blood sacrifice involved.
whack. I'm gonna go break into this guy's house, the dead guy's house, and see if I can find his shit, his like summoning book and shit. Oh, I'm sorry. I am going to go for a nice walk. It's a lovely evening. I'm going to go for a walk. And, if I sort of rummages in his truck, if I'm taking this lockpicking kit, it is merely to help any poor souls who might be simply locked out of their vehicles. Bye, boss.
You're welcome to do that. The goat farmer was the one that had been found and was killed.
Is the goat farmer
like the
single
depression.
/ doesn't have a family? Or are there people still living in that house?
I mean, like, you are welcome to check it out. The goat
We
farmer
don't have any.
himself
You
is
don't have
gone.
right. Yeah, that's why I'm breaking into his house.
Okay.
Like it's better to break into a wizard's house after the wizard is dead.
Sure.
That
You
way,
don't know that it was the goat farmer. He might have been a bystander.
Yeah, no, that's yes. Okay, just wanted to clarify. Yeah. Okay. So you
Okay.
don't actually need to break in. Like when you test the door is just open. Yeah. Like there's a rattly screen door, like real thin thing, and then like you can open that right up, and then there's a regular like wooden door. The wooden door opens, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I will roll to investigate a mystery in this place.
Sure.
And
Let's
just sort of end that, and then because I just
yeah, no, you still might find something. I'm just
you know.
Can I just to roll? Can I in order to help you before you leave Lycia, she goes away. Lysithia, Lys, whatever works. But she gives you like she carries around a small votive candle, and I think like within like our small tiny organization, when there have been other like field missions with other people, they've like whispered that like, oh, did you know that like the candle lights up and like people's time is near? Because everybody I'm sure just has like some weird tale about Lysithia, but she like just encloses your hands around it, and she says, if this were to go on, be careful and fear for thy soul. And I'm gonna, if that counts as helping, I'm gonna try to help.
If it does. I'm literally I'm like being like, how do we make this into a thing? It needs to be a concrete action according to the rules. So I'm not sure that. So if you're trying to like help investigate, like the example they give is like talking to other witnesses or
what you could potentially do is I could spend a string because I did get a 9 to bump me up to a 10 to find something in this house. So what I might do is spend a string. Oh, is that something that happens? Can you spend strings in this game? I don't think you can do.
I mean, there are luck points which would bring you closer to doom.
You don't have a bonus right now. You like come up with something concrete that you can do when you get into the house, and I will let you do a help. But the votive on its own is not enough.
I've got
unless you've got magic, which I don't think we're employing here. So yeah,
I got a 9. I'm good with that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you open the door. It is like his death was a couple of days ago, so it's spare but neat. Like I would say it's tidy. Like it might not be like necessarily like perfectly clean of like dust bunnies, etc. Everything is kind of dusty anyway because New Mexico. But the little house has like 3 rooms. There's a like main living area with a little like set of countertops for kitchen. 2 burner stove, old as crap, probably lead fridge, single table with like 2 chairs. It's tidy, it's fine, but like there's no, there's some like little cheerful curtains on the window in the kitchen, but like otherwise basically nothing decorative. There's like a little bookshelf in the bedroom, obviously like some like history reading, etc. The bathroom has like a old but really nice footed tub in it with like a shower head above, and the shower curtain kind of goes along with the same like kitchen bit. There's like daisies on it or something. It doesn't look like any like majorly modern tech. Like he's got a like old like tower desktop like gateway kind of computer that plugs into the wall. But like as far as you can tell, there's no like there's an old as crap TV, but it's got like stuff like sat on top of it, so like probably not necessarily used. The only thing as you're walking around that seems sort of like weird, the one, there's no blood anywhere in, so like none of the goat stuff, none of the goat fur, other than the goat that's still rattling around on the roof. There's always one, right? I'm going to call that one Alvin, right?
Yeah.
Like Alvin's just a shit, like per his namesake, right? You do notice that like the bed is made, it's like slightly rumpled. The back door is also open, like that just like opens out to the rest of the farm out the back. There's like no dishes that are like in the sink. There's a couple of things in the drying rack. But it also like there's for like a couple of days of nobody being in here or nobody living in this space. Like the windows are all closed, which for like the time of the year that it is, like having the windows open given that the doors were unlocked would have been normal. The one light in the bedroom is still on, which like the only part about that's strange is like that the oh god, skip and steer, whatever the
skid steer.
Thank you. Skip and steer. It's the newest toy for I don't know hunting deer. Or cows, as it were. Anyway, obviously he was doing the work on the field during the day, so the fact that there's a light on is a little strange. But everything is open. Nothing has been like wildly disturbed. But like the light on does point to somebody else at least has been in here, which given what you were just told from B and Lysithia means that like whoever was doing the circle bit at least came in the house.
I have a question. This place wired for fiber?
No. The like old ass tower computer that you see, like with the like it has a separate monitor and keyboard, but like the monitor's like this thick. It's plugs into the wall. It looks like it's like a standard like telephone line, like Ethernet plug-in. It's definitely not fiber, and like this is not someone who is signing up for the most up-to-date internet service, blah blah.
Of course.
There is a telephone landline on the wall. You can't find a cell phone when you're walking around. Yes.
I'm just making sure there's not some kind of like demon traveling through the fiber optic cables.
Like if you opened the fridge, would it lead you into a staircase to a server farm in the basement? No. Are
there scary dogs that says "woo" in there?
But if you sit in the armchair, no, sadly.
I will exit the house and admit to them that. So whoever did the circle, that I'm pretty sure went in there. I don't know if they cleaned up or whatever, but I don't think it was you were right. It was probably not him. It was probably somebody else. But they did go into that house when they were done. Okay. Let's go talk to the garbage men.
Yeah. All right. So we are also thank you for the various and sundry in the chat, including that it is like a skip it. Yes, that is what my brain did. All of this, very true. Okay. So as you like walk up to the general store, is somebody like leading this conversation? Who's talking to the people? Is anyone talking to Wanda? What are we feeling? Joe, are you frozen or no? You're just taking a thinking moment. Okay, good.
No, I'm unnaturally still. I just had to.
the stillness. Okay.
I think am I no, I'm not. Okay, that's fine. I think Lycia is going to go into the store, but she will remark about the two footprints that she saw. One was boots, cowboy
Cowboy
boots,
boots.
typically. The other one was Nike Air Jordans.
Nike Airs. Yep.
Nike Airs. But she says, I think I will pay a visit to this Wanda.
Okay. Cool. Wanda runs the general store. She's the only like town specific business necessarily, other than like probably the alderman, which is not the totality of like his work and life, but so it is very neatly set up. It's like basically just long rows of wooden shelving that have like organized nicely of like groceries all on like one side. The other side is like hardware and like general house supply stuff. Like it's everything from, bleach and if you need like an extra dustpan or blah to like, boxes of different sizes of screws. There's like a little bit of lumber like stacked and leaning up against like the one wall. It looks like out back there's a couple of more like of that like home construction kind of things set up. There's some like corrugated aluminum, and there's a long counter that has stools in front of it, like not like installed but like pull out regular stools. You can, it looks like at the counter you can get like everything from like ice cream or a milkshake to a beer. It's not like a kitchen, but there's things that you can like snack on and stay. And there are like those really big like old like freezer coolers like that like you have to like dig into to get. Yes. And so Wanda is a like very neatly dressed, like slightly shorter than average woman. She's got her hair cut like in a very like straight line right around like below her ears. It's like lovely, sleek, dark hair, but like, bluntly cut, no nonsense, like, out of the way, but still, displaying her beautiful thick hair. She's in like high waisted, like, sort of like sailor style jeans, and she has a like button up shirt, and she is currently in like has like one hand in a leather glove, and she's doing something with one of the freezers. And when you come in, she'll say like, good afternoon, like, give me 1 second, I'll be right with you if you need something.
Take your time, I can wait.
And she's going to be like fishing behind the freezer, and I want to say she's got like pulls out like a mouse trap and is like, "Nyeh," and takes it like out back and throws the, unfortunate enterprising rodent into a trash can and comes back in.
Poor thing.
There's not a lot out here for them, so it's not surprising that they decide they want to try and make their way into shelter and food and all of those things. The problem is it's my food and they can't have it. So she'll like take off the like leather glove and like set that to the side and sidle on up to the counter and be like, anything that I can either help you find or get for you. We've got, cold beer, cold soda, can blend up a milkshake if you want one.
If that is something that you would like to do, I would enjoy that. But I am not here to buy anything. I am here for the investigation.
Oh, you mean like
the deaths?
For like old Dan or Walter?
Which was one? Which one is which, if you wouldn't mind?
Well, Walter has the goat farm out about like 1.5 miles that way. Real mess that was. And then you'd have to talk to, oh God, what did I call them? Earl and something else outside, Kevin, to talk about what happened with old Dan. I didn't see that one at all. But real weird having to I mean, not just like, I mean, old Dan was old, but like, not like he had a heart attack or something.
No.
I,
I'm sorry, were you the one who found him?
oh no, no,
Mm.
no. That was Earl and Kevin. But and real weird. Like, I mean, they came in and they had a beer after that at like 9 a.m. But hard to
It
blame them when.
Seems like they needed it. Do you know much about either of them? Were they? And she tries to think to like investigative shows or things that like Beatrix has like said to other people. What was your relation to either of these men?
I mean, both of them came in here for whatever they needed. I'm kind of the only racket in town until you like head all the way out of Little Pines. Like it's a pretty long drive to get to the closest Walmart. So, I mean, did I see them every day? No, but like definitely, like at least once a week. I mean, Walter does a lot of his own stuff out there, especially with food, but like goats always break something, chew on something. Like the number of times he came in here for more chicken wire or especially Alvin. I think goat's a bastard. But I mean, old Dan was maybe most days. Totally not uncommon for him to come in here for a beer. In the evening, just as people are finishing up and just biding their time. This is the hottest bar in Patience.
She laughs pretty dryly at that. Do you wonder? Do you feel like either of these men, perhaps they had enemies?
I mean, if we're not counting Alvin,
We aren't.
I mean, honestly, I'd say that both of them are probably the closest thing to an enemy either one of them had, and that's just because they occasionally beat each other at dominoes. Walter didn't bother anybody. Old Dan was a jackass some of the time, and like just mostly harmless. How they get. They get old. They get curmudgeony. They get opinionated. They get.
Did anything unusual happen the day before their deaths?
Okay, they're like, other than we had the utility work get started recently, and they've been doing some of their nonsense. I don't know if I remember anything unusual happening.
I take it you don't
around town.
I take it you don't like this Bezos fellow.
Jeff, the billionaire.
Yes, his project out here in the desert, nearby. The construction. We were told by one of the workers that is exactly what's going in right there.
Ma'am,
Yes.
I'm not sure which of the gentlemen you were speaking to, but I have an idea now that you say that. And
expensive.
I would caution you against taking any of that information on face value. Some of the younger generation doesn't know how to think critically about things that they read on the internet. Patience is not a destination for business per se. And I say this as the predominant business owner in Patience. I would bet a lot of money that Mr. Bezos doesn't know what the fuck a Patience, New Mexico is.
Well, we can perhaps then we can put that story to rest and not have to worry about that. Thank you.
I think that's a safe assumption. it would probably behoove you to maybe take anything that that young man says as a colorful interpretation of the truth rather than yes.
This is good to know.
He's a
Perhaps.
bad tipper too. Like just, yeah.
What a shame. Thank you for your time. And she just slides you like a candy, and then like but she sees like the countertop and takes out like a pure white kerchief and like places it on the kerchief and just slides it across to Wanda. And she says, "Your help has been appreciated and noted."
Anything I can do.
And then she like, if you have any other information, and she just slyly like slides one of Beatrix's cards to her.
Yeah, sure. Always nice to have visitors. And like, because the business card probably has like the agency and like absolutely no other information on it. It's like maybe like a contact number on the back that's like unclear, and I will be sure to do that. And she'll like tuck the business card in like into the frame of like a little piece of molding around the door where there's a couple of other things stuck. And she will discreetly throw the little candy away. Yes. My biggest piece of advice would be to talk to Kevin and Earl, see if they can offer you any more information. I did not speak to. I mean, the sheriff barely stopped for gas at the end of town before heading on out, and it's not high on my list of things to do to be poking around the gory things, especially when not too long ago those were patrons.
Understood. May they rest in peace. And she just like turns like a hard floating pivot, we'll say, and then like then she says like, "We'll be in touch," because she's heard Beatrix say that a lot. So
nice. Okay. Great. So, who is of talking to Kevin and Earl, if anyone?
I figured both Margot and B would go chat with them.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Sounds good to me.
Because she wants to keep it somewhat official, and Marco because she realizes that she doesn't have the greatest effect on people. So
it's just stiff. You're stiff. You gotta relax. You gotta relax into it.
I'm just to the point.
You're even right there. You see, you're doing you're just it's in your jaw. You just got okay. Hey.
And the both of them will kind of like half raise the beer. One's got a can, one's got a bottle. They are both cheap. And they're in the two like separate seats that are on the porch. There's also like a bench a little bit ways off. Other than that, you'd have to actually like probably sit on like the surface of the porch has like an overhang before you get to the ground. There's like 3 steps up, so you could totally sit on like just like the edge of the porch of the store. But yeah, they will like lift their beers and greeting and be like, good afternoon.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Marco. This is B. Yeah. And we're in town looking into some stuff, and we were wondering. We heard that you gentlemen knew something, that you actually found the body of a gentleman who was from here. We were wondering if we could ask you some questions about that.
Kevin immediately is like looking at B when he's and is like, oh yeah, we could like it was really intense and weird. And then Earl is gonna like hit him on the wrist and be like, in our official capacity as employees of the town, we, amongst other things, take care of the collection of garbage. And we did a couple of days ago come across one of our neighbors after their untimely demise. He's gonna like grind that through his teeth at his companion, like. But who are you exactly?
I'm gonna look at
And
B.
Kevin's gonna be like, "That's Beatrice,"
Yes,
and that's
It's us. It's us in a small town. It's you and me. Marco does not say that. He's just thinking it so loud.
I think Beatrix actually does like pull out like a business card that has some very like vague terminology for what she does of like investigative consultant or something like that on it.
Okay.
And
Who do you hand it to?
The stiff one.
Interesting. Okay. All right. So like Earl will take it and like kind of like clocking that this is like not a real, or like at least it's not a usual, and then like turn it over and then he'll like hand it to Kevin, and Kevin is like, oh, this is nice, like the like the paper is like a like you must be somebody important.
I'm definitely a top field investigator with my agency, and we're out here looking into a request to try and shed some light on the recent disturbances in the town.
See, she's like official, and I mean that sounds smart. And Earl is just like, okay, we found Dan on our morning route up an electrical tower.
he would look in the electrical tower.
Yep. Yeah. And Kevin's gonna be like, yeah, no, he like Dan was like 80, and Earl's like, Dan was 72. And he was like 15 feet in the air. Like I mean, like there's like a ladder or whatever bit, but like like those things are not like easy to climb, and he was up in the tower just like there, and Earl's just gonna be like, motherfucker.
Are we thinking like climbed up there, or are we thinking like hucked?
And they're both gonna like I mean, he climbed up that like there's foothold, like there's the
I've been
like the linemen do the like, but he wasn't in harness or anything, and like that's not like Dan didn't work on the electrical lines when he was but no, like I mean he climbed, he was just like slumped, kind of hanging there. The like when Kevin's very like, yeah, when the sheriff came out and they did their like like the one for
insects.
Yes, that guy, like with the like he had the jacket and the badge and the like, and he had like a kit, and like he did like basically nothing except like look at his like skin, and he was totally certain that it was exposure and dehydration, which is like, of course we live in New Mexico, like, but like that it wasn't that he was just old, like he like the night got him, and yeah,
and he
You know,
didn't
it was really sad. He's like looking like right at bees. It was, you know, like that was our neighbor, and we take care of each other out here. So
yeah,
you
it
know, I feel like we
seems
all
like a
felt it.
real close-knit town. He didn't have a history of sleepwalking or trespassing of any kind.
I mean, like, Earl's gonna be like, I'm sure there was a time when he had a little too much of whatever and wandered into somebody else's vegetable patch, but and after Dan's wife passed a couple years ago, and he kind of does the same thing all the time now. Did the same thing all the time now. I'm not going to say he's like a boring man, but he's a guy of habit. I never saw him run or climb or jump or any of those things, and God, my whole life. Kevin's be like, yeah, no, that was, yeah, that's. I mean, he got real up there, like real up there. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Did you notice anything when you found him? Did you see anything was there anything else weird like about the property or like the area like around the the tower?
So, do you want to either investigate or manipulate in order to get more info out of right now? Is this a
I
thing?
I think I think manipulate is what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
And I think
Because, like, you could
the
have
way
them take you there, you could have them tell you everything they know about. Like, yeah.
I think I would love for them to tell me about it. But I think what I'm going to do is that after I asked my silly question about being thrown, I think he was like, and B sort of took over in a much more sensible person way. I think he went inside and bought 4 beers and just kind of comes out. And as he's asking that question, he like cracks them open and sort of hands them out to everyone, takes one himself, hands one to B, does not bother opening B's. He knows she's not going to drink it. And says, "So, did you find anything else sort of strange around there?"
Kevin is immediately going to like look at the beer and be like, "Oh, like, so are you done for the day?"
I'm a contractor.
Like,
Uh,
okay.
and
So I'm asking, do you want to roll for this? Is the
yes, I am going to roll for this. I am going to roll for this. He and that is a 10.
Nice. Okay. Okay. So what's the like reasoning that you're giving, or like how are you? What are you telling them that they need to tell you? Like the full, unadulterated, rather.
I think
Truth and story and details and all of the goods and the grizzlies and the yes.
I think he wants to know the vibe that he is trying to sort of give off is a like, we are people, we're here to help, we're not from the city. It is his vibe. It's like, yeah, we do take care of our own out here. Like the vibe he's trying to sort of put out is, I know exactly what it means to lose someone when you live in a small area, to lose someone, to lose 2 people in a town this size. That is a full percent of your population. That is a full percentage point of your population.
From what it sounds like, it's about 5% of their population. Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's huge. Like that's not good. So I think what he's sort of trying to do is say like, I know this kind of thing is people ignore it, like a lot of people will just sort of pass over this, like, oh, a weird shit thing happened in some little town in New Mexico, but like you're real people living real lives.
Yeah, and nobody
And
cares about us, but like, yeah, but you do
yeah,
because you know. Yeah, no,
yeah,
I love it.
yeah.
Okay,
But I know, and not in a, and I think Marco, there's a genuineness to Marco in this that is he is manipulating
Marco
them.
makes friends.
Marco
Yeah,
makes it, yeah, but that a lot of that charm comes from a genuine place of like, I've lost people and had no one give a shit, and that sucks. And I'm here to show you and tell you, I give a shit. You saw something horrific. Let me buy you a beer. And he's doing it in kind of this goofy way, but it's also like a genuine thing. So
yeah.
he's
Okay.
telling them to tell him because he cares and he wants to do what he can to fix it.
All right, and it's going to be successful because you got a 10. Okay, so they are. Earl's going to go. Yeah, it's tough because like nobody knows Dan that doesn't live in Patience. Like I don't know if he's going to be missed. We sat around for like as the sheriff and stuff was going through just to make sure like nobody was like disrespecting him or anything. I mean he wasn't an angel or anything, but like he was one of us. And he had a life. It's hard when your only connections are here. Like the grander world isn't going to know about Dan. And it was hard when we got there, and we thought at first that maybe he'd still be with us. Like we would just like have caught him having a real rough night or something, or he like I don't know, he was trying to get something down, or and when we got close enough to see that he wasn't with us anymore, the like we didn't see it at first either. And Kevin's gonna be like, yeah, no, like it was like we thought, like we just thought he was gonna like I don't know, he was having a bad day, or like like maybe he had another like too much in the morning, and like it still would have been weird, but like he didn't look. And then we got closer, and we tried to see if we could, like we were gonna get him down, but like he was pretty high up, and then when like I lost rock paper scissors, and so I climbed up, and I got like close enough to him that I could like actually, and we were trying to like shake him, and he had so like Dan had like the like he was like wearing his like boots up to his ankles, whatever, and they were in pretty bad shape, but like immediately above that, like he had all of these marks too, and like it was like a whole bunch of things that had like he must have gotten stuck in barbed wire or something, like just a bunch of like little like, and like he wasn't bleeding a ton or anything, but like you could tell like he'd gotten chewed up almost, but just like so many of those like little like little scratch and hole marks. And when we asked the furs guy, thank you. When we asked him, like he said that was probably why he got like so the dehydration happened so fast, was that he probably lost a lot of fluid, but there wasn't anything on the ground. Like it's not like there were like he'd gotten scraped up and climbed up there and there was a mess all down the tower. Like it just there wasn't blood around, like
Was the ground kind of chewed up, or had any patches of freshly bothered dirt in the
and
area?
Earl's gonna be like, yeah, no, that was one of the really weird bits, was the 1 foot of the tower, because you know how they're on those like concrete like cylinder-y thingies, like the one of those had like sunk down, so the whole thing was kind of like cockeyed, and like there was just a whole bunch of like, it looked like somebody had been trying to like make a snowman out of soil or some nonsense underneath it. Like it was just weird, like chunks and piles, and but they didn't say anything about that.
Huh.
They just took them some time. They got him down and wrapped him up in a bag, and they said they'd bring him back if his stuff said that he would be buried in the chapel yard, but we don't even know that. I mean, like, he was a bastard, but he was all right.
I know what that's like.
Where's this tower?
Oh, it's like right, and he's gonna point out like not quite the same direction as the goat farm, but like further out from town, and you can see it's like the electrical towers are like the lines of the power lines are running, like, and like sure enough, even from where you are, you can see that one of them is slightly off the parallel line of everybody else on the one side, but it's just like a tower that's running power lines. Like, I mean, his house is out that direction, but he's not like, he doesn't leave directly underneath him or anything, but like it also wasn't right around the corner. Like, I don't know what.
Well, I think you have both been really helpful, and she's just gonna take the can of beer that Marco brought out for her and just sort of like set it by the two guys and be like, thanks for your help. I think that we got what we need. We'll be in touch if we have any more questions. And she's just going to like
Kevin will like take the can of beer and like stand up with his and yours and be like, I mean, if you're not still like, if you're off for the day, like, we all hang out here, and everybody in town will be around at some point if you wanted to stick around and ask more people questions and important stuff, right? And like and like Wanda makes milkshakes that, like, I mean, I'd be real happy to make sure that she makes you one. If you wanted one of those, I
think we're gonna go check out the site, but we'll certainly keep it in mind.
Do you know where you're going? Like,
I think we can find the place. You said it was just like, follow the power lines. Marco, you want to get your aunt and we can head out? Great. You've got your truck. I'll just start heading down that way, and she's just gonna turn and hop in her truck and
we're here when you like, we do all sorts of stuff for the town, so like any help you need.
Thanks.
It was nice to meet you. And Earl's just gonna like tug his like pant leg and like just let her go, man, just let her go.
Marco's like still sitting on like the porch step, finishing his beer, like watching this, and is just like, hey man, you got to shoot your shot. Like, it's valid, but I feel like you're gonna be shooting for a while if you're aiming for that one. That's not a that's like the very center circle in skee ball. It's rough. It's rough.
Kevin just like looks like, like, well, shit, like the he doesn't meet a whole lot of girls these days, and
but yeah, Marco will go get Alicia and say goodbye to Kevin and Earl, and
okay, so Lycia's inside still, or like on her way out. You've just been talking with Wanda. So Wanda has been messing with the one freezer and with the mousetrap behind it. And like I said, they're the big, like, old vintage, like, I'm like imagining this as like that, like bright red with like the chrome handle, not like those guys. And as you head in, one of them is going to like start making like the rattling sound, like something is either like stuck or that it's like she didn't put it back in the proper place and like it's now off its kilter. So like the whole freezer, which is the like the big, like it's like a refrigerator turned on its side, is going to start rattling and like yeah, like it's not proper. And she's God damn it! Like I knew I pushed it out with the and you're like, Earl, can you help me get this back over? And like he'll like slowly be making his way in, but like the way that those, like there's a bunch of tubes that run through them, and then like as it's off its kilter, it's going to start shaking, and it is loud. Like this is a wooden building. You've got this big like partly leaden steel appliance doing the like bit, and they'll be like, I mean, unless obviously if you want to help, you can do that, but it's making a racket as the like freezer is off its balance from where she pulled it out to get to the mouse trap. And
I'm
like, Wanda's gonna be like this stupid rodent, like God damn it, Earl, can you help me get this back? And they're like you gotta like move the little like foot and get it back where it's supposed to be. And so I don't know if you help or not, but the
oh yeah, I help.
It doesn't matter, whatever. Okay. So Marco and Earl are helping like shove this back against the like wall where it's plugged in. Like not unplug it, it's still got stuff in it. And she's like, I don't want to like, but it's making both the floor and the wall rattle as it shakes while it's off its balance. So while you are all
is anything else shaking?
Yeah, so it's a wooden building. So once again, as the wall and the floor shake, the shelves along the wall behind the freezers. So the things that she needs for like the milkshakes, for instance. So all of those like heavy duty glass, like tall, dessert glasses, and all of that along the wall is now doing the because it's rattling as the appliance starts making its shuddering shakes also. So what started as just like a clunking is now doing this like lovely like fine chorus of like glass and cans, and so it's higher pitched now, but we're still making quite a bit of a ruckus. And like Kevin will wander in and like, sort of do the like, you got this but so now we've got basically everybody that was at the general store is now inside trying to solve this freezer problem. And you're making quite a bit of noise.
Yeah. I think Marco is like holding up the thing. Is like, it's gonna get worse. You got to get like a shim. You got to get like I got some cardboard. Hold on. The little foot's messed up. He's like down the floor
props. Like we're so high budget right now.
Right? I got cardboard right here.
So we planned this.
Marco's
definitely
always got everything.
Fixer. I'm a fixer.
Yeah, she's like, I don't need this worked 2 seconds ago. It wasn't doing this.
Yeah, but it's just the thing. And he starts telling a story about a time when his like fridge inside the truck has did this. And like, and you do all the feet thing. It's stupid.
Yeah. Wanda's trying to be nice about it, but like it's like also it's like this is not helping me fix my problem right now. So like she's not excited about. Earl is just trying to like under.
She's like he's underneath the fridge trying.
Oh, I love it. Okay, never mind. She'll put up with you then.
He's fully like. When he's saying, "Oh, you need a shim," it's because he's down there, like on the floor, like trying.
I can see it. It's not level.
It's like, it's not level. You got like your floorboard went in a little divot.
That's where the mice are coming in. Yeah, okay.
Where the mice are coming in.
I'm going to use this opportunity to look at Earl and Kevin's shoes.
Okay. That's like totally free. They're right there. They're not paying attention. They're not hiding them. Earl is in boots, but they're like the like Carhartt like steel-toed, like, not quite Timberlands look, but like, work boats, bits of that. And Kevin is in sneakers, but they're like beat up New Balance like dad sneaker shoes. They are not Nikes. And like both of them have like maybe not the cowboy, but they're both bigger than the print that the sneaker made.
Got it.
Yep. So as this is happening, you've got Marco on the ground with the freezer. I'm going to say that like Lysithia and B, you guys are not immediately next to, but the noise that this is making and the shaking that it's doing to the building as they're like starting to balance the freezer is not getting better. So like where B and Lysithia are standing like next to the like shelves for say the hardware over here, you're going to notice that the shaking now is also affecting like where you are on the ground. That like the structure is shaking, not just the freezer. And it's going to intensify as like even as the freezer starts making its like shutters, and now like this whining sound for some reason, like Marco shoved the shim down and now like I don't know if it like ended up in the wrong thing, but like now it's making the like bit super annoying. It's going to like the whole floor of the building is going to like ripple like you are experiencing a little earthquake. And some things are going to like shutter either off of their shelves or like shift, not enough to like knock over an entire shelf, but like a couple of the like boxes of screws are gonna like fall over, and one of them's gonna like scatter along the ground. And
Didn't the science lady say this place was like tectonically stable or some shit?
And like Earl is now doing like a like this is we're in the middle of fucking New Mexico. Like the whole reason we're out here is like no hurricanes, no earthquakes. There's no, and then same thing. Floor now is going to do the same rolling underneath you. I don't. Would you roll me, please, your tough? And this goes for everybody.
Yep. For everybody.
So that you do not fall over.
Oh, I'm already on the floor.
10.
I got a 7.
You're already on the floor. There's not a ton that's going to happen with that one, but
yeah.
Oh, nice. Earl got a 10. He's not going anywhere. All right.
10.
Okay, but Wanda's going over. All right. What did you get, Joe? Nice. Okay. B?
I got 11. I just don't have that many fingers.
Ooh.
Okay. Marco, you're on the ground, so you're not falling over, but the rolling motion is going to actively roll you a little bit.
Can I take that and use the sort of like partial success there to like roll myself under, like catch B?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it was like, I think this actually rolls you like under the countertop, so you're like under the bar top now.
Oh, okay, but not in a place where I can catch Wanda is what I meant. Like,
no, she's going over. She failed real bad. She failed real bad.
Could I roll to protect somebody?
Yes.
So
what are you trying to do?
I'll give you the word picture and you decide.
Yes, thank you.
I think that's how how that goes, right?
Yes. You got to give me a concrete what you're doing though.
I'll give you a word picture. Lysithia, upon like seeing like the shake, rattling, and rolling of the freezer, like moves over, knowing full well that she is held like headless horseman up by the neck against a wall, and she is like thrashed, like Dracula's and stuff like that. Like she knows very well that she can like just calmly assert her angelic nature and then smooth this whole thing out. Like this is mere mortal devices. She is put down worse. So she starts making, like, she pivots from going outside, seeing everybody come inside, moves over as everybody is kind of like jiggling, and then she's like, she knows Marco. They're in good hands with Marco. So she goes over to Wanda to say, like, dear Miss Wanda, please step aside, and I will take care of this completely. And goes to put her hand like on top of it, and that's where I am. So, and then starts shaking, but she braces herself against the wall. But I'm right near Wanda. So.
Okay. So your what's it called? Your help from her like not falling and injuring herself is going to be that like you are a stable point for her to like grab onto.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's a tough roll still, but okay.
Tough.
Yep. Protect someone is tough. Yep.
Oh, God. Well, wait a second. No, I think it's not as bad as it is. Okay, 5 plus 6
But
plus
it's
7.
funny if it is. Okay, sorry.
It's 5 plus 2. That's 7. So
Okay. All right. That's a partial.
We're all out here like rolling well, and Victoria's just like, but what if you didn't roll well?
I'm happy to not roll well.
No.
I rolled a 5. Plus
Okay.
2, that's a 7.
So
though,
Wanda is still going to mostly fall. Like she's not gonna like hit her head into the bar top and collapse kind of a deal. She's gonna like reach for you as she's going down, but all you're basically gonna stop her from hurting her, like causing harm then. She's still not gonna be able to like move quickly, but she is like she's on the ground and like I sat hard because I grabbed like Lysithia's arm. She's also like immediately, because your appearance is more of a like older and frailer person, even though that's not how you are, she's gonna immediately be like, I'm so sorry. But like boom onto the ground, like on her, like the, meat of her butt. But she didn't like hurt herself. She's just down for the next move. Like so she tries to do something, it's going to be a -1. But yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
And she like I try to like reassure her. She's like, she says, we need to get into door frames. And then she looks at Marco to see if like that's correct.
Californian key right now, by the way. Myth. Okay.
Myth?
Yeah.
We went to a museum where they had a shaking room and they played shake, rattle, and roll, and we got in the door frame. And you know what? Decades later, when a little tiny earthquake happened up the East Coast in Philly here, I immediately stood in a doorway and I didn't know how I got there.
Framing doesn't work the way that it used to. So like it used to be that door frames were some of the most stable parts of the way that they framed houses and buildings. Not true anymore.
Not anymore.
You want to get underneath something that's going to prevent stuff from falling on you or flying at you, door frame's not going to help that. So FYI, not a thing you need to be doing. It's okay. They don't have any of this training. They are not used to earthquakes. So Marco is on the ground. Wanda is like not in the same sort of sprawl way, but she's on the ground. And the like creaking that the floor has done as this like wave has moved through. So everyone is doing the like bracing. The freezer is still shaking. It's not making the same whining sound that it was before, but it's still loud and rattling that side of the house. Marco can see, because he is at the vantage point to be able to see the unbalance of the freezer and like where the mice got in, because there's like a little choo-choo. That it's not just that the like building moved with the ground. You can see that there's like a hillock that rose through the soil outside of the general store to the back. Like you are watching this actively like rise and move, and it goes beyond the building and then like sort of stops a couple of feet out, and then like you don't see it move immediately post that. You are on mute.
Had to happen once.
Guys, don't get onto a door frame. Everybody needs to very, very quietly climb on top of this counter. Quietly as you can, get as high up as you can.
So I'm gonna go like Earl is like braced and he's like, if it's still keeping shaking, like I don't want to be on top of and like Wanda's gonna kind of like be like trying to get herself back up, but like holding on to like the top of the countertop to like like pull down and then pull up.
There's something under the ground. There's something under the ground.
Yes, we did. Like it's an earthquake, my dude.
No, there's something alive under the fucking ground, y'all. I don't think they fucked it up, B. I think they got it right the second time, B. Because there's something under the fucking ground. I don't think they fucked up the magic the second time, B.
I hate to say this, but remember when you made the joke about tremors? I think you might have been right. I think
there's a fucking graboid under the ground, B. I think we got to get on the roof.
The freezer, as I said, is still shaking. So even though like Earl is right there, Lysithia is right there, Marco is on the ground next to you, have this big old appliance that's shaking the wall and the countertop, and you've got that little like of glass like above it, very high pitch, not like as extreme, but you're still making like a rattling sound just from the things that are still in this building. And Marco has now been not yelling, but maybe
I think he is going to say, okay, I'm going to it's not moving back towards the rattling, right? Yes.
At the moment, you saw like the like the hilling of the dirt, and then like in your estimate, like maybe like 20 feet past the building, it submerged.
Oh, okay. I can't see it anymore. I think I'm gonna.
Wanda can't see what anymore. Like it's an like what are you looking at? It's an earthquake. We're okay. It's like they rattle for a little bit. We've had a couple of them in the past, but like Valerie said, it's like not that big of a deal. And like Kevin's going to be like trying to help her up from the floor now. He's very concerned with whether or not B is stable.
Did you see that? Did you see that card? You saw that card B gave you? You saw the card B gave you? The one that was like
Kevin's got it. Yes.
Kevin's got it. See how
Wanda's is on the wall.
You see how super secret, vague, and shit that is? It's because we're from the fucking government, man. There's Russian shit under the ground, and we gotta get up onto the roof, or it's gonna come for us, man. The communists, man, they're coming for us, man. We gotta get up on the roof. He's like, I'm not fucking lying. I know how crazy that sounds, but I'm not lying. We gotta get on the roof because that shit is gonna come for us. They test that shit out here.
Yeah, I just like want to. We're just
on the roof.
Going to get the freezer back in place. And it'll be fine.
I'm gonna roll charm. I'm gonna roll
rock on.
because these people got to get on the roof because they're about to get eaten by a fucking graboid.
I think while
I'm absolutely not gonna do that. Actually, I got a 7.
Okay.
I got a 7. So sorry, I rolled a 5, but I do have a +2 to charm. So
okay, yeah, that's how they work.
Yeah, we're gonna get them.
Yeah. I think Lysithia says, "Now, everyone." Just as Marco said, there's something strange happening, and there are many more things in this world that are disturbing than there are good. But you are all good souls.
Sounds like we are trying to either manipulate or charm people, and these are things that you need to roll.
Yes. Yeah. I am using soothing voice.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And I'm going to calm everyone down and say, like, we all must remain still. I have a lot of sirens coming by me, sorry. We must remain still. The siren's gonna bring the graboid. Crap. So 1 second. There it goes. But she's going to be basically assert herself as a position of like peace, tranquility, and then like listen to what I say, and then everything will be fine. And then she says, like Marco, she's like, Marco, unplug it, please.
Okay,
so I'm trying to get everybody
mechanically. Marco just rolled charm. Marco has a bonus to charm, so we have a 7 now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The question is, do you want to help?
Sure.
Or do you want to do like manipulate separately?
You should do manipulate separately because even helping that just bumps me to an 8. And that doesn't
mechanically, yes, this is true. Yes,
better. So I think that if you're trying to calm things down and make them okay with doing with Marco unplugging the fridge, which he very much wants to do, then please do it. He's trying to convince them all to keep them safe, and he's like, they're not going to believe me about monsters. Maybe they'll believe me about communists. I don't know.
Sure.
Also, to be clear, Kevin is not the utility dude. They are not the same person. So, like the red pill guy from the utility company and
Oh,
the
I know,
one
but,
that,
but
okay,
these are
just double checking.
these are rednecks. They know.
Sure,
They,
yep, sure,
you
yeah,
know.
Sure, if that is helpful, do I need to roll for that?
Yeah, I think you still need to roll to manipulate someone.
Yes, rolling to
Oh.
manipulate in order
Or
to do.
to roll your soothing voice power.
Yeah, soothing voice has
Soothing
a.
voice has no roll.
Okay. I'm going to open that wall. Okay. So the idea is to keep everyone calm, and are you also trying to get them to climb? Well, no. I take it back.
Yeah, whatever. I'm trying to direct them to.
Marco is trying to get them to climb. You're trying to get them to like not cause more ruckus, effectively. Okay. Okay. Where is my stupid thing? Because I downloaded your sheet. Okay. All right. So everybody is going to at least like take it down a notch. Wanda is still like, I don't want to climb on the roof. It's just an earthquake. We're going to be fine. We're going to unplug the freezer if it's that big of a problem, and we'll just move it once it's not doing its thing. Okay.
Real quick, you said
Yes.
something I wanted to ask about. You said Valerie told you these earthquakes are nothing to worry about. Have they just been happening recently?
I mean, yeah, I've never like we haven't had an earthquake here since as long as I can remember, and now we've had. I mean, I haven't felt all of them, but she was talking about her wiggly stuff, and it was like she's reading earthquakes, and it's only been like a week. Something's going on in the ground, but not like as far as I can remember. And I've lived here most of my life. We haven't had one before that. Or at least nothing. She tells me that they happen all the time. They're just like little guys, and like you can't feel most of it. But I've never felt one until recently.
I have by now. I have unplugged.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Yeah. Just making sure that that's out there. That it's now.
Valerie is not our original contact, right?
No.
Do we trust Valerie?
That's what I'm trying to decide.
What were her shoes?
Should she be able to tell from her measurements that this is not a naturally occurring earthquake? And if so
she did contact your contact.
She did
because
to throw
it
us
was
off
weird.
the scent. No. Because she thought we would fail because she thinks we're losers. No.
Bigger with big
okay.
risk, bigger reward.
We need to talk through the underlying issues here. Like God. Okay.
For real, what shoes was she wearing?
Yeah.
Tell us about the shoes.
Like
Stop trying to hide the truth from us.
Like keen, like those the like sandals that you wear if you're actually like going into like hiking bit. Like it's like that it's got like impeccable tread and arch support, but like they're meant to be worn as you're like out in the dust and the dirt kind of thing.
Okay.
Yes. They're probably the most expensive.
Like evil sorcerer shoes, but how can we know?
How do you know for sure? I don't know.
I'm not hearing witch's shoes.
No.
Which would be perfectly fine.
You could be buddies.
I'm not hearing cowboy boot witch. So,
so you've gotten the freezer unplugged. At this point, I'm gonna go with like people are like okay with the idea of like, okay, we need to like go to a different, like get to a like maybe like a safer place if there's going to be like shuttering, whatever. I don't think they're quite at the point where they're like ready to climb onto the roof. So you've got like, like Kevin's like trying to like put some things back up on the shelves. Like Earl is helping Wanda like up and around from the counter. Everybody's calmer now. They're moving, like slow to medium or like normal pace. But like we're also not like climbing the shelves to get up, onto the roof. Like,
but they will.
Yes.
They
will.
I am. Marco is going to go outside and then go get up on the roof. He's gonna go outside and then climb up on the porch and up onto the roof.
Okay.
Like, B is gonna walk outside.
So like
and be
Wanda's
okay,
gonna kind of be like, I don't think that's going to be helpful if we have another one. Like,
Marco, I understand and I agree in principle, except we do need to try to figure out where they're coming from and how to stop them. Hiding is not going to work long term. You can't stay up there forever.
Marco sticks his head over the edge. Except from up here, I can see a lot farther distance. And is going to sort of pull his head back. Like, I can see a lot further from a higher vantage point. It's flat as fuck around here. How else are you going to get high ground? So he's gonna pull his head back.
Across the street, Valerie is going to open the door to her office, and she's got like a paper in her hand, and she's going to be like, just now, but like, I didn't feel it. Did you? And she's like shouting across the street at like, I didn't feel it.
It was directly, don't step on the ground. Don't step on the ground. Just don't step on the ground. Just go back in the building. Yes, we felt it. Yes, we felt it. It was weird. You're not, just go back inside. Like, I'm going to look around to see if I see anything else like moving.
So there is a utility truck coming down the highway towards like the general store, like into town. So you've got one of the, like, it's like the truck, with like the two like metal like storage cabinet bits on either side of the truck bed, because like that's where they've got all the like, and that's driving on in. It's far enough out that like you can see it and the dust trail and we're now at like sunsetty time, so also like, beautifully behind them there's colors and like cloud bits like back bracketed in the mesas and the rock formations behind them of the edges of the valley. It's gorgeous if it weren't, problems. So the utility truck is driving on in, and the like you can see that approach. It's not going like 70 miles an hour. It's going like 40, but that will be here soon. Like, so Valerie is doing the like this, but like this is one of the like, and right here, next door to her, the other office door opens, and it's the dude that you assume is the alderman, because this is who she's been talking about. And like, what are you like? What is the problem? Like, and then he's gonna be like, and why are you on the roof? My advice would be to get down before somebody has to risk their neck to get you.
It's good advice. It's good advice. That's good advice. I'm continuing to sort of look around. I like that advice. You should be mayor or alderman or something.
That would.
Lysithia comes out, and she does say to Beatrice, I'm sorry. She says, if need be, I can move them on top of the stone building. That should.
If it comes to it, and it looks like we don't have time to get them on their own, maybe, but like, let's keep that as a last resort. We don't want them asking more questions about how they suddenly got up on a roof without themselves climbing up on the roof.
Would be inside of the stone building, the stone office. Would that suffice?
The moving them without them being like moving them without it being under their own power is the obstacle here.
We need to just convince the scientists to tell them.
Hey, Valerie. Got a question. Are these earthquakes, these little earthquakes, do you usually see them specific time of day?
And she'll like run back in and come back out with like the, like nearly vellum printer paper that's got the little perforations on either side from, I mean, no, like, No, I mean, like, not any. Like, I see, like, there's some afternoon and some. The utility truck has like hit like the edge of where the actual like buildings are forming along like where it stops sort of becoming like two-lane highway and starts becoming Main Street, and one of the tires pops, and the car like they're not going super fast because they had to slow down in order for this part, but the tire pops and the like for like I'm gonna say like the front passenger side tire pops, and the car like immediately blah, and like starts turning and screeches to a halt like right at the edge of where the buildings start for Main Street. And she, no, I don't think so. Like it's kind of all over the place. God, like are they like, and
Yeah,
you
I'm
see like the alderman and Earl like just start like basically like not running but like heading towards the truck to see if everybody is okay, like running down right the middle of the street down towards the truck. And they like got like all right, and like everybody like this was like that was rough, but the
Everybody stop.
He is going to
Specific
burst,
doubts.
and then she's going to run to her truck and grab, no joke, a big ass sword in a scabbard and throw it on her back and just start running after them down the street.
Kevin's like but
This is
like
either a turn off or a major turn on to
right,
this man. Oh no.
like never knew before this moment that like God,
Run
he's
with the
having trouble
sword.
with the
That's
word
his thing,
forensic, and
apparently.
still so the alderman and Earl like make it to the truck, and they're trying to get like the door because it's doing this deal, so like they're trying to get out of like the driver's side door basically, but like because the cab of the truck is like off balance, it's causing a lot of scramble. The You hear Earl just let out this like growl scream of like sudden pain, and he gets like drops to his knees on the ground of like just this like sudden miss, and like the alderman's trying to like pull a person out of the cab of the bit, and they're like, Earl, what the heck is going on with the and he's like he's screaming in pain, but he's also like gripping onto the utility truck.
B's gonna try to hightail it to Earl.
Cool. We don't know, is this going to be like an act under pressure or but
Under
yes,
pressure is typically like it's a catch-all
it's
if you can find
cool.
it.
Yeah. If you're trying to like make it there in time, and like because it's not really a tough, right? I mean, I guess it's sort of athletic, but
Tough is kick some ass or protect someone typically.
yes.
Cool is act under pressure or keep calm, I think.
or help out.
Act under
Yeah.
pressure is like
Yeah,
the
act under pressure and
beautiful-
help out are like the descriptors it
That's
gives, like the general vibe.
like
Yeah, act under pressure is like a beautiful like if you
yeah.
can't find it, it's kind of like a saving throw.
I want the cinematic, people. But yeah, so
Which
Earl's
is why
gonna scream,
I'm agreeing.
come down to his knees, and he's gonna be gripping onto the truck, and you're gonna hear him call out, "It's got me." Marco, from where you are, because you have a slightly more not a bird's eye view, but you've got a significantly higher vantage point. You can see that underneath the back of the truck, so the part that's still like level on the ground, there is definitely a section of disturbed earth that has appeared like between the two back tires of the utility truck as it is disabled in its place on the road. The alderman's still trying to pull like the two dudes out of the cab from like the door that's now sticking slightly up in the air, and Earl is gripping onto that truck for dear life, and B is booking it over there.
Yeah, she is.
Cynthia, what are you doing?
I think. Oh,
I think Lithia, how many people are left in the general store?
So I would say like on like the porch of the general store is Kevin, who has now been, struck by the utter majesty of B with this sword. Valerie is on like it's not really a porch, but the like front stoop of the office building right outside of her door. She's got like the papers of her seismographs. And Wanda is like in the door frame of the porch of the general store still.
She says to Valerie, she says, Valerie, is your building, is it proof against earthquakes and other disturbances?
It's cinder block. So unless it's a large enough force to take like the whole damn wall down, that like it's not going to move like the store is. And Wanda's gonna be like, hey, she's like, it's just physics, Wanda. So
Lithia
like
says,
it's fine. I get like the
there's I will be honest with all of you. You're in grave danger. There's another earthquake, and there are creatures coming out of the ground with it. And that is why your friend is in pain right now. You all need to quickly and quietly get into the next building. I will take you there if you cannot go yourself.
Okay. Using the soothing voice?
I'm going to try, if that's allowed. And she says, now I can move across. And she's just going to, I think, like, just like, basically, yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Okay. Lysithia says this as, like, I think a dark shadow basically seems to like fall over them. Like maybe it's a cloud, I don't know. And like two great black wings come back from like come out from behind her back, and she says, "I am an angel, and I was sent here for a reason. You need not die. It is not preordained."
So soothe was definitely the right move, because if you're taking out the wings, okay. So you have in like the thrall of this, like basically just Wanda and Kevin and Valerie, I would say. The others are probably a little bit too far out to either like if they've noticed, they are also dealing with like something a little bit more like I still have to be handling the situation. The three of them still look confused and shaken. Like I don't know if you've completely like convinced them like everything's going to be okay. I come in peace. Be not afraid. But they are, they are going to like start at least walking across the street towards the office building. Like Valerie's like holding the door for. None of them are hurt, so it is just like a little procession across. Yes. Right.
Just to let you know, she so it seems like she's backlit by a halo that is at once luminous and shadowed gray. She has a breastplate that looks like it's made of mirrored black gemstone, and she has great dark wings. Yeah. Add in weird eyes or biblically accurate. Fun thing about biblically accurate is most angels appear as human until they don't. So that's what I know about that. Anyway, yeah. So I think she's going to like walk them across if she can.
In terms of time, because this is happening relatively quickly, so like you've started that process. I'm gonna say like they are definitely not all to safety yet, because B is running, and Marco started to say something about what your action was going to be.
How far away are the people in the truck from where
you are on the top of the general store?
Yeah, I mean, if I were on the ground, we don't have to like calculate. Like,
sorry, yes, we're not going to Pythagorean theorem this right now.
I know you're a math teacher. You could. I trust you could.
That's okay. You all could too. I believe in you. It's really fucking simple. Straight along the ground, probably like 100 feet from where you are. Like it's going to take some time to like get there. It's not a jog, but they're also not far.
What I'm gonna do is I'm up on the roof. This is of a building. I'm sure there's like stuff up here, like stuff people have left up here before.
Yeah,
like
there's some
old
like
loose
PVC
shingles.
sections. Yeah, there's like a random flip flop. You don't not in the greatest of conditions.
I
Yes.
am going to pick up a bunch of stuff and
Beer
start
cans.
rhythmically throwing it onto the ground away from there in an attempt to distract the thing and make it think there's something better and more interesting over here.
Okay. I'm going to go with the PVC pipe that's up there. Probably was meant as like drain pipe at some point. So if you like lean over the side, you can probably thump that at least along like the porch, if not the actual ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's I'm trying to make a big noise and do a big holler.
Okay. And B, you're still running. Or at least running over. Okay. When you get there, like the alderman's got like one person like underneath the armpits and has like pulled them out from the cab. Our annoying friend is still in the cab of the utility truck, and they're trying to like also like bodily pull him out of the cab. Earl is holding on for dear life onto the edge of, as much as he can, the one like tire and the wheel well of the utility. And he is like, you're seeing his grip, but he's like slowly being pulled backward, like back and underneath the body of the back of the truck. Yes. So what do you do?
B is trying to get there to be, and like she's going to try to take her big ass sword that she just grabbed out of the truck and stab under the truck in a way to get the thing that is holding Earl without hitting Earl.
Okay. I feel like you probably want to lean on cool for that rather than tough. Personally. But because you are trying to like stab a thing that you don't know where it is, also without causing like damage to your dude.
Fair enough.
Yep. By your dude, I mean Earl, our buddy.
That is going to be a 9.
Nice. Okay.
You can spend a luck point and make it a 12.
You can spend a luck point and make it a 12.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
I want to be cool about this.
I'm just
Excellent.
like real fucking cool right now, guys.
Yes. Like there's just this like your innate like sensitivity of like the off energy about this creature is going to guide your blade. So like as you like go and stab, you can hear like it's almost like what you would imagine like a whale if it were through the ground sound, like, and it's definitely pain as you like your sword goes through some of like the loose layers of soil, which doesn't like cause a whole lot of, but like there's like chunky bits, etc. And then you hit something that yields with flesh, right? And like you don't go in like a ton depending on like the length of your sword width, but like you can feel that you have hit something like living and made of meat. I know I said these words. I feel like I'm sorry that I said these words this way, but that's what we got. So you can hear that. It stops pulling on Earl, but it has not let go of him yet. And what you can see now that you are right there is that there's a like something that looks like a snake is attached to like his shin, like that's like bit him there, but it's not what you hit, right? Like because like you didn't hit the snake with the like you hit something underneath the ground. But like he's got something that's like
style
into his, yeah.
There's the little snake that's the tongue of the big snake.
So
It's got pharyngeal jaws.
Like amore. Yep. Okay. Marco's banging also, like, now, like, as your percussive sounds start happening, you hear Earl let out another, like, yelp, and he's, like, tugged a little bit away from you as that happens. Alderman is busy getting the guy out of the cab bit. They're still doing that. Lysithia has this, like, procession of people across the street heading into the building. You're standing right there as he's not free yet because he's grappled with, but you have definitely hit something. All right. What are we doing, people?
I think, does it seem like it doesn't seem like what I'm doing is necessarily working.
You've gotten attention. Like, it's not, like, it has prey right now, so it's not like letting go of Earl in pursuit of your noise, but it is
B
like,
just has
it
to
is intrigued.
Yeah, B just has to hurt it some more so
You-
that it gives up on that, I think.
You said that it's basically almost like a smaller snake type thing that's like wrapped like on his ankle.
Yes.
B wants to chop downward with the sword to try to cut off the snake head to separate Earl from the much bigger problem that's under the truck.
Awesome. All right. That one's tough. Go ahead.
I was going the other direction. But if I had to, I would say probably like,
Again.
Yes.
Would we consider this protecting someone? Because I am trying to prevent harm to another character. I have a move where when using an old-fashioned hand weapon, you inflict +1 harm and get a +1 whenever you roll protect someone specifically.
Awesome.
I mean,
I'm using a goddamn sword, Vicky!
yeah.
I don't know if that's old fashioned. I have a sword.
Let me put it this way.
There were a lot of options for what old-fashioned could be on the
added those
initiative.
bonuses, would it be a 10 or better?
No, it will be a 7.
Okay. So then I'm going to say that
because I rolled okay. Actually, you don't need to. I rolled a 6, and I have a +1. So actually, I currently would have a 7 if we're just doing kick some ass. I'd have an 8 if it's protect someone. So actually, it doesn't really matter. Because I guess if it's kick some ass, I just get
a partial success.
It happens.
Which is a 2 harm. And because like it's if you protect someone, it's a +1 harm, so it would have given me like a 3 harm as opposed to a 2 harm. But I got a 7, so it's pretty much I do get to inflict harm.
Yep.
But they get to inflict harm back.
Yeah, or at least try. Yep.
Or Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
But yeah, on a 7, you and whatever you're fighting inflict harm on each other. So presumably, it's gonna get me.
It's gonna try. Yeah. All right. Okay. So your sword hacks at the like snake-like thing that is holding on to Earl's shin. So you inflict 2 harm upon our dirt dragon here.
Dirt dragon. I've seen them in concert. They're pretty amazing. So.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, it's gonna hurt you. Yeah. Okay. It did pretty well. Not amazingly well though, so that's good. All right. You're gonna get 3 harm. But not so you go to like hack at this thing's tongue bit, the like snake that has come out and is wrestling with Earl. But you are also standing immediately next to this utility truck bit. So you're going to be also like kind of out of commission for a round because of the. So it is going to, like, you feel as you are standing there, another of these guys is going to grab you along your ankle and pull. So you're going to be pulled down to, well, I was going to say like your knees, but you have managed to cause a like grievous wound to that like snake thing that was holding Earl. So he's at least mostly detached from it. He can pull himself free in this next like action. You though now have something that has bitten into your lower leg and pulled you down to like a kneeling position. And you need to like either hit it and dislodge or chop it completely off before you can get moving.
Oof. Are you down to negative? Or do you have armor?
I do not have armor. It's not an option for the initiate to start with armor.
Yeah, I think once he sees B down, I think Marco's like, no, fuck it. It gets off the roof.
Oh, wait, I do. I missed that.
Yeah,
It's a whole paragraph about gear, and then you also get old-fashioned armor, one armor heavy.
Yeah.
So I
didn't think I was taking you down. Yeah.
Well, I thought it was going to give me the full 3, and then that meant I was going to be one short of like the unstable level. But that so that'll soak one of the harm.
Yes.
So I've got a little more wiggle room now.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Marco at this point is like, God damn it, is gonna just throw the PVC pipe down. He's gonna climb down off the roof. He's gonna draw this it's a big knife. It's a big fucking meat cleaver, and he's going to charge down the street
knife.
and go. Yeah. And he's going to go try to free B.
Yay! Okay.
With his big ass meat cleaver. And I think this is going to be. We could go with tough, which is a 0, but I would rather this be defend somebody or protect someone. Oh no, that's also never mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, I'm not sure that's going to functionally make a difference unless you have a thing for it.
I don't. All my stuff is social.
If you can make enough of a like cinematic bit of it, I also feel like I am okay making this act under pressure. I know that is, but like, you can make an argument for cool as long as you are doing something cool enough to call it.
You know what? Cool. So here's the thing. I rolled a 4.
So it doesn't matter.
So no, what I'm going to do is I am going to spend a luck to retroactively change the result to a 12.
Okay.
If not now, when?
If you are not familiar with Monster of the Week, if you fail with Act Under Pressure, the phrasing is on a miss, things go to hell.
Yeah.
Which is yay, but also no.
So what I think he does is he like he's just like, oh shit, no, and like swings himself down from the roof. And he's not a super athletic guy, but he's got that adrenaline of the moment going, and he like just books it down the street, pulls out from those big baggy chef pants this old ass butcher's knife that has like a leather casing around the blade, whips off the leather casing, and like does a football slide down next to B and just chops.
It does sound cool as shit.
That does sound cool as shit. It sounds cool as shit. I'm imagining that the knife also has like a name scratched along the side. So like this is like Gertrude the cleaver.
It's Henrietta.
Sorry. Yes.
It's Henrietta.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is Hetty. I've
had a student named Henrietta before, and I feel like she would be honored to be a cleaver. Just saying. Yes, like pretty darn certain that would be a
It would be a
yes.
winning.
Yep. Yeah. Cool.
So yeah, I am going to
Okay.
do
So what
that.
number does that give you?
12. And so I think I am kicking some ass. And I'm going to go ahead and say my attack drives the enemy away. Because that's one of the advanced moves. Your attack drives the enemy away in a route. Like
Okay.
I basically, he comes just charging in, just howling bloody murder and hacking at this thing like it's a recalcitrant leg of lamb, and is not
R.I.P. goats.
R.I.P. goats, R.I.P. Alvin, my spirit animal. You were delicious. I'm going to, I'm gonna hack up this motherfucker.
I love it. Okay. So you managed to completely sever the tongue that has Bee's leg. So it doesn't like it will at least like mostly detach from where it's holding her, but it is like nice, clean, like cut through, and so you've got like the sinew and bone, like lovely. And you can hear once again that like whale screech from below the ground. This time it's like significantly louder. So there's like, like a garbled. I'm not going to make the sound. I was going to make the sound for a second, but I'm not going to make the sound. There's like that garbled wailing whale sound like through, you can feel it through your feet as it travels through the like hard packed earth of and like the badly maintained tarmac of the road. Earl is still down. The like tongue that had him was mostly cut through, but it like withdraws, and you can see the like back of the truck lift for a bit and then come down hard, and the like surface of the asphalt is cracked as this like almost looks like a tree root comes behind the truck and out into the ground, like going away from town. So you watch this like bubble of earth crack the asphalt of the road and then like subside into the caliche and soil as it like retreats at least a little bit from the truck and B and Earl, who is now like holding his leg and moaning. They are working to get the red pill idiot out of the truck. And Lysithia has her like little parade of people walking into the offices down the road.
Marco is going to turn around. He's got kind of a crazy look on his face for a second. He's going to look at people and say, "Y'all want to go inside or get on a fucking roof now?"
The Earl is totally with you. He's going to need some help.
No. Marco will get down and help him. Sort of cleaver in one hand, Earl up on his shoulder.
Lysithia, does she get her like herd of people across and into the office?
Yeah. They are like by now they are at least like in the act of going in Valerie's office, I think, straight in. So they are like, if not completely inside yet, like they are well herded and going where they are supposed to, looking, shell shocked, but they're doing what they're told.
She continues to like speak in the soothing voice to get them across, so like she keeps them out of shock, or at least in motion. And then she speeds over to the rest of them, see if she can help.
Okay. You're losing the light as like people are walking up the street towards the general store and the offices. You've got the like two utility workers are like shaken, like a little bit like rattled and bruised and maybe a little scratched from the the car accident that they just experienced as the tire blew out, but they're like fine. Nothing major. The like alderman is helping them out and now is like on the other side of Earl with Marco and the cleaver and kind of like watching that knife as you are walking along. B, you are more or less on your own power now, but you are definitely like bleeding down the leg from your puncture wounds. As this like, very dramatic sunset ends behind you and the like darkness starts to come out and you're heading towards the offices. Anything you want to do before you pack up in the cinder block building?
Any of us or B? Sorry.
Anybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking specifically.
No, you're okay. I was like, I'm not sure if people are like really intensely on their character sheets right now.
No, I think Marco's just going to focus on getting people indoors into what he thinks is safety. I think that he's going to look back at B and at Lysithia and be like, and say sort of in as quiet a voice as he can. It's like, so we got any like, banishment shit flying around?
I think B is going to grab the part of the creature that got cleanly cut off by Marco's hit and take that with her so that she can do some wacky magic analysis on it to try and get more information about what to do with this.
Okay.
So are we all basically in the office at this point? Or
Yeah, or like once again, like the yes, like crowding in. This is like once again, it's like a 2-room, like had like a little like reception area for lack of a better word, and then you have the thing that's like really set up as Valerie's office, where you've got like the actual like computers and printer and like there's every kind of rock you could imagine as paperweights in this place. Like some of it's like trilobite fossils, and like there's an ammonite over here, and but like lots of rocks. None of it like crystal looking things. And there's like not a ton of places for seating, but like I want to say that there's like maybe like one sort of dilapidated couch that you can put like between Earl and B, like get them situated in. But it's a lot of people for a space that is not that big.
Lysithia says, Beatrix, you have proven yourself time and again to be adept at the magical arts. If you wish it, I can help you if you were to try to heal yourself. As I know, both of us working in tandem has often proven to be good and heal those who are injured.
Sure.
And tell me what I must do.
I think I don't.
So it's just a use like mechanically, it's going to be a use magic roll and a help out roll.
That sounds like So
and you can make up your own. You can make up your own fun healing spell ritual.
Cool.
She can shout in Enochian or like
yeah,
because that's so Enochian is like let me see, what's his name? D, the astrologer, royal astrologer for Elizabeth I.
John D.
John D spoke to angels. Had a guy who also could speak to angels, calm him out of the house and home basically. But like Enochian is like the language that they discovered. So
okay.
Or it could
As
just
you
be
are
like pure nonsense. It's whatever. So
getting ready for this healing, you hear like frantic knocking on the door of like the front door to open to the street of Valerie's office. As you go, Mom?
Suffer the children, Jesus.
So like Wanda's gonna be like, oh my God, Mel. So she's gonna open the door if you let her. See.
I'm deep in the middle of
Yeah. You are working on Earl NB.
I think
so-
Marco's gonna go to the door as she's opening it, because if there's an actual person out there, is there a window? Can we see?
No, like the windows of this are like out of the building, like the other direction. Like there's one from her like study bit that you can see outside, but to like the front, the door has like that sliding plate. There is no window from like the open this part.
Okay.
Cinder block building. This office door is just out to the street.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I will sort of stand like behind.
There's probably a peephole. Yeah.
I will stand behind her while she opens the door, or sort of beside her, while she opens the door. Because if there's an actual person out there,
mm-hmm.
I don't want to have them die, but I also don't want to have some fucking daywalker graboid get on in here.
Nice. So Wanda's gonna open the door. She's not gonna like fling it as hard as she probably has the instinct to do, because you are right there. And you're gonna open the door, and there is a like teenage, like maybe like 18, 19-year-old girl, like standing out. She's got the like uniform. She's got the like leggings and the like crew neck oversized sweatshirt. And she's gonna be like, "Oh my God, Mom, what's going on?" And she's gonna like fling herself at Wanda and hug her. There's no like, what's with the truck? And then there's like a bunch of stuff on the road, and it looks like blood. And like she's now like looking over Wanda's shoulder. And, hi.
Please come in. We're having a life or death experience. Come on, join us. It'll be educational.
Like, Mom, I like, can we go home? Like, I don't know these people. And like, she's gonna be like, basically like Wanda, she's not gonna say Wanda, because it's like, Mom, I don't want to, like, can we leave? Like, can we just go? I don't want to be stuck here with these people. Like, what is this?
This is our home now.
The like, and Wanda's gonna kind of like, can we just like, can if we go home? I just like I don't want to be here anymore either, honey. I know it's like and I don't know, like, where were you? And she's gonna be like trying to like push her hair back, like, the like doing that like subtle, like trying to make sure that her child is all in one piece. And the like, God, like, where were you? Nope. Oh God. Right. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I minimized the thing by accident. Okay, there we go. Like you're like okay. And like Wanda is gonna turn around and be looking at you guys like can we go home? Can we go? Like, is this the
Well, here's the problem. Those things travel, and those things that are in the ground, things that got Earl, things that got Dan, the things that got the old goat farmer.
Wait, what do you mean got things
That's
that
what's
got
been killing people. And they hunt.
Mom, I want to go home.
They hunt under the ground, and if you walk on the ground, they will be able to hear you. That's why we're in the big cinder block building.
Mom, I want to like, and like she's gonna like sort of actively start tugging her mom to go out the door. Like, I don't know these people. I just want to like, can we just get out of here? Like, we don't even have to stay. Like, I don't want to be stuck here with like, especially in this big old concrete box.
Where were you before?
I was just like hanging out in the library. It's the like shelves next to the chapel that Valerie was describing. There's like an addition on. Like, there's nothing else to do in this town anyway. Like
Yeah, you like to read? What do you read?
whatever they have there that we got in recently. What difference does it make? I don't know you. Who are you?
I'm Marco. I drive a food truck. I drive all around the place. You cook?
No? Ramen?
Come on, you gotta know how to do some stuff out here. You gotta make something interesting. You're not wrong. It's a small town. Listen, I promise whatever is happening in here, it's gonna be more interesting than whatever's happening out there. So why don't you come in here, hang out with us? I promise it's not gonna be boring. But
Mom
and
is just creepy, and she's
I'm,
gonna start backing up.
I'm absolutely rolling to manipulate. I'm
Okay,
absolutely rolling
cool.
charm here. No,
Yeah. Go.
Yeah, ask
Oh,
her
these
about her
dice.
shoes. Check her shoes first.
Check her shoes. Check her shoes.
She's wearing Nikes.
Mm-mm. Uh-oh. J'accuse.
Yeah. Well,
Does she have a boyfriend who wears cowboy boots?
Yeah, trust a teen to do magic. Ugh.
Because they're bored, and it was
They're
something
bored.
to do
Ooh,
for
I'm
fun.
bored. I'm gonna call the sign of the apocalypse.
I think that's what happens here because I got a 6. So Marco's like, it's gonna be fine. Like sees her shoes.
Yeah. She has the door open and she's gonna like be stepping out. Like she's looking at y'all, but she's stepping out of the door, like that's open behind her.
Hey kid,
like
who do you know?
I don't know you. Like, Mom, I'm not.
Hey,
this is fucking
Wanda,
weird.
who do you know do you know somebody wears cowboy boots around here?
Wanda's gonna give you the look like, are you fucking serious?
Expensive ass cowboy boots.
Like some of the people from the utility company, maybe? I don't. Everybody's got cowboy boots. Like, some of them never seen manure, but they've all, like, everybody got cowboy boots. And she's going to be looking at her kid like, why is this person asking me about someone with expensive cowboy boots? And
does the kid make a face?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, Mel is now like, what the hell? Everybody's got cowboy boots. It's New Mexico. Like, it's like asking red or green. Like, I am just like, Mom, I don't want, like, please, can we just go home? I don't know these people. Like, something weird is going on, and like, I don't like. So she's like backing out onto the street.
I don't like this. Lise?
Yes.
Auntie?
Yes.
All right. So B's gonna tackle the kid to the floor, and no.
Yeah, no. The young lady wants to go home. Do you think you could give them a hand? Give them an escort? Do you think you could keep them?
Yeah, sure, Mom. Come on.
Lise says, "Child, come
please,
inside.
Can we just?
You're letting bugs in. Come in, and then I will take you home immediately."
Are you rolling to manipulate?
Am I what?
Rolling to manipulate?
I mean, I'll try. I don't think soothing voice is gonna solve every problem, but I also can we resolve the magical healing first?
Sure. Yeah. Go
ahead. So.
Well, actually,
do I automatically.
Do I have to make you do a thing because you're doing it at the same time?
So if we want, we can either have me. So how about? So this was my thought about how we do this. Basically, B makes a like poultice, and then after it's like applied and bandaged, Cynthia can do like almost like a lay on hands to sort of like activate it with divine power, which speeds up something that like was natural healing that would have taken time, and this like activates it quicker.
Right.
In which
I like
case
that.
I would roll to help out, and Lise would be the one to actually do the like use magic roll.
Oh, your weird is higher than
Okay.
mine, though.
Yeah.
All right.
you
I
can roll
do
to
have
help.
something that I have helping hand. When you successfully help out another hunter, they get a +2 instead of a +1.
Oh crap! Okay, sure.
So
then
either
holy crap! Let's
We're
do
not
it.
metagaming that badly. It's fine. Go ahead.
Let's do it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
all right. So I'm gonna try to help out. Hopefully
Does
this won't backfire.
Is it something that automatically happens? Help out.
Help out is a cool roll.
Cool roll. What a cool
Yeah.
roll.
And like Marco, just as a suggestion, do you want to read a bad situation?
Oh yeah, I absolutely fucking do. I forgot that was a roll I could make. Yes, I'm reading a bad situation. Sorry.
All right, you will do that after we resolve, but like just in case.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, that was absolutely
fine.
me just forgetting about what
You're fine.
roll.
You're fine.
So
Yes.
I got an 8, so
Okay.
I do successfully help out. So that's going to add a +2 to your use weird roll.
good.
However, it does mean it's a mixed success for me. So I expose myself to trouble or danger.
Yeah.
Okay. So it gives me +2. So that is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So an 11 to heal, and that means on use magic.
You guys are rolling too well. God damn it. Okay.
Sorry.
So you
Way too
basically
many
get to
successes. All right.
so you basically get to just take the effect without any
Yes.
drawback.
So because you are exposing yourself to trouble, I feel like the only thing that makes sense in the moment is that you are able to like heal Earl just fine, but that maybe B does not get fully restored to like fighting fit. So I'm going to say that that's like a -1 to your next either tough or cool.
Sure. So we heal Earl up.
Yeah,
but,
just fine. Like,
but B does not get healed.
not fully.
Not fully.
So like she's not like ripped to shreds below the knee anymore. Like with but like the not maybe not actively bleeding, but like it's like you still have damage to the muscle. It's like you have like you have a wound that started to heal, but you're not yet at the place where like your injury is not perfect. So this is going to make you a little bit slower for the next thing that happens, for lack of better.
I don't think the next thing that's going to happen is going to be great for me. So it should heal +1 for the use magic under, but if that just means like she stopped bleeding.
Like if you have, because the help out was not perfect.
I'm the one that's getting.
You're exposing to trouble. So her exposed to trouble.
You're fine. It's me.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, okay, all right. So you just don't heal anything.
It's just she's gonna get a -1 to whatever she rolls next for either tough or cool. That's it. Like
okay,
she's
so
not
she does
fully
heal
restored.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So
she's not bleeding. She's not like, but like basically like her musculature underneath the skin is not perfect yet.
got it. Okay, cool.
It's
I'm making a compromise
trouble.
for this because that's the exposed to trouble. That makes sense. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. All right.
Because
So read a
just sort of
bad situation,
open-ended, but
Marco. Okay. All right.
I got a 10. I rolled a 9.
Cool.
+1 to sharp.
Nice. So for your read a bad situation, give me your question or yes.
So my first question is, what's the biggest threat? Like that's my first assessment. Is what is the biggest threat here? And specifically, what I'm trying to ask in this is this person a knowing? Does she know she's a threat? Oh, she does. Sick. What is the best way to protect the victims?
Keep them inside. And the biggest threat, you can tell, is still outside.
Okay.
And it's not Mel is the teenager. It's not Mel. She's a threat. She knows she's a threat, but it's not her. Like, she's trying to get you or several of you to leave. Keeping them inside will keep them the safest. She is a threat, but she is not the biggest threat.
Okay.
I never trust them teens.
Yeah, especially if they have a uniform.
She's just so impressionable. You can't blame her for all of it.
Will Sophia makes it to your side, like, a moment later.
What is...
You get hold 3, so I think you're at 2 or 3 already.
I've asked 2. I'm waiting on. I think I'm gonna wait. I might wait to ask the 3rd, because I can't think of anything in here right now. But I've got the best one, the one that she knows. It's like, so it did work the first time. Was that one of the books? Did you get that spell out of one of the books you got in the library? The summoning that brought these things here?
Like, you can see her like something shifts in her eyes, and she recognizes that like you know something that you shouldn't. But she's gonna kind of keep like a little bit of that like I'm terrified, Mom. Kind of fades to now like a little bit of insolence on, and she'd be like, "Look, I don't know," and like, so Lysithia and B's thing is like happening right behind her, right, like behind Marco. Sorry, behind him. And so she's gonna like see that happen, and she's gonna like put her hands up and like back up into the street and be like, I don't know about any of this, but I'm not staying around for like, please, Mom, can we just like none of you should be with those people, but like, can we please just get out of here? We don't even have to go home. I just like, so she's gonna like reach out a hand for Wanda, and like Wanda is like halfway through the door.
I'm gonna ask one. I want to ask my 3rd question. Is she trying to kill her mother, or is she trying to protect her mother?
Neither.
Okay.
I mean, like, it might be slight shade of the second one, but it's not. It's neither.
It's neither. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Wanda, your death only awaits out there. I would not go that way.
Spaghetti.
You've seen the injuries.
I know that's your kid.
Like,
your kid knows more about this than she's letting on.
Mel's gonna like grab her hand, like Wanda's hand, and be like, Mom, we don't even know them.
I just take Wanda's hand.
You don't, so why should we lie to you? I only lie to the people I care about.
I don't know you.
You keep saying that like it matters.
Mom, please.
Wanda, don't.
Look, go. Because you know what's going to happen? Either you're going to get got by a monster or you're not. You want to roll the dice. It's not technically my job to stop you. It's my job to stop those things from eating the people who have the sense to not walk out into the road.
I don't even know what fate. Like, what are you even talking about? Like,
did you see what got?
B is gonna hold up the snake head bit. These things. Well, the bigger version of these things, and she's gonna like flop it down onto the ground and like wipe her hand on her pants.
Gross. Great. V, like, I don't ooh, like, ew, mom. And she's gonna drop Wanda's hand, but she's gonna like back up, heading back toward like across the street back to the general store, like nice and slow, and like I don't understand what's going on, but I don't trust them. I just want to get out of here, or I want to go home, and mom, like, you should come with me.
I feel like using soothing voice would work, but I feel like I've been relying on it too much.
I think what we've got to do, I don't think it's soothing voice. She's doing this intentionally. That's the information.
Oh,
That's the information.
she's not. Yeah, you're right.
No, she's involved in this. She's one of the people who summoned this. Like she saw this.
Soothing voice might help Wanda, but it's not going to do anything to Mel.
Mel's intentionally doing this.
Right.
So like if Wanda's not leaving the door, and I do think you've got to like get, like, I don't know if you either pull her or what, like because she has not made a decision on whether or not she's going with her kid. I
think what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna turn away from it, but I'm gonna look at Wanda and say she's probably gonna be fine.
And yeah, Lysithea, I think, will lend her voice to be like you can call your child and you can bring her in here, but you're safest here. Like I am sent from another realm, and I know I was sent to protect people like you. People of this town.
Her daughter's like on the porch of the general store now. And Wanda is obviously conflicted. She's still in the doorway. You can probably close the door, but you would have to like move her a little bit to do so. Do you do you want to do that?
Whatever. You guys deal with that. I'm going to use magic on this snakehead to see if I can't figure out how to kill or banish these fuckers. So
you leave us to deal with you leave us to deal with the moral conflict. That's fine.
Right, closing the door or not, because it makes a difference for what I'm going to do.
Close the door. Okay. I will close the door. If Wanda is still sort of locked there, I will close the door.
Okay. All right.
I hate it.
Yeah, no, I hate it too, but I walk.
So are you leaving her outside, or are you keeping her in with you?
I'm Wanda. Mm-hmm. I want to try to keep. I'm going to try to keep her in with us.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So you will close the door. She will like immediately crumple against it, crying. You can't completely understand all the words right now. It's like, this is all I have. The blubber mother's nonsense. Anyway, as you close the door, then you can hear, like, within the next 10 seconds, the freezer in the general store start rattling again.
Oh no! Did you unplug that?
I
didn't, but I think it was the
we did unplug it.
I think she plugged it back.
Engine of the utility truck starts running. So like you can hear the car like rumble and rev, like turn on, and like just like the little things start moving and rattling out in the street immediately in front of like the general store and the office, because they're right across from each other from so the noise has begun again through.
I am going to sit here and try to help out with whatever Magic Bee is doing now.
Do that. Lysithea like perks up just kind of slowly, and she looks to both of you and she says, need I go over there and unplug the machine again?
I think we're gonna do better if we try to work whatever banishing we can on whatever this thing is. I think going over there to unplug it, I mean, the girl's in danger, but if we can banish it, I think we're gonna be good.
But she is up to this, and I can move as soft as angel wings.
I know, but if that thing is in fact a demon, then I think we might need an angel as part of the banishment.
She smiles and she touches your head, and just kind of like familially, like you see a spark of who she used to be in there. And I'll stay.
Cute. Okay, B, what are we doing?
We using some weird magic shit on this to see if I can't figure out a way. So I think she's going to start doing like any attempt to mask what it is that they're doing is out the window. She is full on like whipping out like a little like rolled up pack of like the way that some people would carry like lock picking tools or stuff like that, but instead it's like her magical implements, and she's going to start carving into the dirt like a rune circle around the snake head, and like putting like a pile of like black salt on one corner, and like an herb herbs on another, and then
Awesome.
drop water out of a vial, like just like doing like various corner shit in an attempt to either harm or maybe full on banish basically the larger version of what this small thing of like piece of the whole.
Marco, were you trying to help?
I am helping out.
How?
Marco is actually going to kneel and pull like a little crucifix out of from under his shirt, and he's gonna kneel down and start saying Hail Marys. Just slowly, softly, Hail Mary, Mother of Grace.
I'm not saying that that's not possibly doing something, but like, I'm not sure that counts as like concrete definitely happening with.
Okay, if that's not enough, then he has seen this happen before. If it's not enough for him to stay out of the way and sort of like chant to set the vibe, because I was thinking of this as like a big magic thing where multiple people are sort of inputting power.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking of, is like this we are doing magic that works by faith, and he is engaging with his faith to push more sort of use into the working. If that's not quite what you were thinking, then he can be instead like also kind of like pulling stuff or like being the person handing her things.
I'm all right with. Yes. Okay.
That she's calling for. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You've like seen this working happen before. Like you've had to be like, for lack of better words, like the sous chef on like, like whether you liked it or not, but like, you had to sit there while she was doing the workings because like B dragged you on a job and that's what you were learning.
And this is something also that he's just good at. He's been a sous chef in like real restaurants before.
Like you have the pinch pots of the salt. It is like that salt pig ready to go.
So she's running around and placing the things. I rolled a 7. So I'm just sort of like kneeling there and like handing her the things even before she asks.
Okay. So because 7 also then like exposes you to some danger. I am going to say that like you guys are doing this working in like Valerie's office section. There is a window in there. And you can see that there is a shape outside because the light is failing that is clearly like using a lighter on something outside of the building, like in like towards like the back.
Like a car?
Somebody's
like
trying to
someone with like a Bic like lighter is like
trying
you can
to set some shit on fire. Somebody's trying to set some shit on fire out there. Least, like that's all he says as he's sort of handing like, here's your incense, boss. Here's your Himalayan pink salt, boss.
I've been outside before. So
Okay. Thank you for those of you that joined us, by the way. And yes, I don't think the donation stuff is working right now. So thank you, chat. I'm sorry. I'm getting to it now. Bye if you're headed off. I know we're over. And yes. Okay. So carry on.
I've been outside before. So I think angel wings would probably carry me there. I've been at least behind the building, maybe in front of the building.
You've been in front of the building. I don't think you've been behind the building.
So I think I'm just going to just like flicker, and like you hear like heavy powerful wings just move, and she's gone.
Sure.
And like
she's got to roll weird, but yeah.
I don't think I have to.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Only when you carry one or two people with you.
Oh, never mind. You're not carrying anybody. Carry on.
Like it. I mean, that's going to change. That's going to change real quick, probably, if I try to bring her indoors.
So you cannot, like, yeah. If you're carrying somebody, you got to roll. Sorry, I was reading it just as you had to roll no matter what.
If I try to bring her inside, I'll do my best to roll.
Bring her inside?
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm sorry. There was inflection on that. Bring her inside?
I mean, yeah, I guess we don't know who has the lighter, do we? Maybe it's Cowboy Boots person. So she's just kind of like, I guess, smash cut to like her just standing outside like she has been. Like maybe the entire scene, it seems like. And she just like comes to and then like starts moving around the building.
You've been a pillar of faith, Lysithia. You're not moving far in terms of distance, but you're moving mountains in terms of yes.
So that's just how quickly it happens, I guess. But she starts moving around the building to find out where this fire is coming from.
I would love to cut away from you for a second, but would you then roll either like investigation or bad situation when we come back to you?
Sure.
Okay, and B, you're doing some magic stuff. So let's see how that goes while Lysithia is getting her bearings.
Yes. So I did roll an 11, but then that adds to +2. Sure. 13, and then if we're adding a +1 from...
Why will none of you fail? What is this? Okay,
we apparently don't want to level up, so...
Oh, God.
I'm using my extra life dice, and then a dice set that was gifted to me. So this is from the extra life set that I got years ago. It rolled real well for me.
Apparently, yeah.
So I did. So the total is actually a 14 on my weird use magic.
So nice.
Must be, yeah.
when you level up, you should take the advanced use magic. I think that gives like a little extra.
Yeah, no.
Just to really fuck with this. So I want to check with you because some of the effects that I could do on use magic is either
14. Yeah, okay, go on.
Is trap a specific person, minion, or monster, or banish a spirit or curse from the person, object, or place it inhabits.
Yes.
Or bar a place or portal to a specific person or a type of creature. So of those three, it's something along like what can I just like full on banish these send these creatures back where they came from, or can I harm them? Or
okay,
what are the choices on my beard
that you have just laid out? So it's banish a spirit or a curse from a person, object, or place it inhabits.
I'm assuming that doesn't qualify.
So it does not qualify. You could use the trap. I would be fine with that one. Because you can trap a monster or a person, should you choose to do that. You could bar a portal for a specific type of creature if you wanted to. Those would still be fine. Banish does not work in this case. Yes.
I'm going to say trap then.
Okay.
Because the bar a portal, like we want it to go through a portal back. I'm not sure we want to bar it from the portal. Unless it is going back and forth.
So you're thinking trap it, open a portal back to wherever the fuck it came from, and like release it through that portal and then shut the portal again?
Yeah. That's the best idea I've got.
I like that idea. Hello, Raiders, by the way. Welcome. We're fighting graboids. It's not going great.
For copyright purposes, we're not calling them that, but yes.
Yeah, no, yeah. We're fighting legally distinct and underground worm entities.
Yep, and teenagers.
And teens. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're trapping is the.
I think, yes, we've decided we're going to trap so that we can then try to.
Okay. So you are going to trap the creature that grabbed you and Earl?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to say, so fine with trap. Would you like to, like in this magical working, is that just going to like trap it where it currently is? Do you want it to like, I don't know, what is the, you got a 14, so I feel like you're allowed a little bit of oomph with this.
Can we pull it out of the ground?
That's kind of what I'm like, or at least to the surface, maybe.
Okay, so hear me out. So basically, it's almost like a dome barrier that sort of like descends over the entire town and then slowly starts to constrict to a smaller and smaller space, back to the place where their blood was spilt in the road outside, until they're sort of like corralled into like this one like ball dome, like right where we spilled their blood in the street when we stabbed and cut them.
Okay. So like next to the dilapidated utility vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay. You can, like, Lysithia probably feels this the most acutely because she's outside. But you can feel the like rumbling through the earth as it feels like something is like getting closer, because it's basically like reversing the path that this creature took through the loose soil. And the like the hulk, the bulk of this like muscular worm thing like travels back through the dirt, and surfaces right next to where the like utility vehicle is running now, not going anywhere. The tires popped, it's not like, but the engine is running, and you get this like as it sort of pops out of the loose soil like Bugs Bunny. Yeah, the Lysithia can see, because she's the only one outside, that you have this like almost like a like it's a like buff toned, but it's almost like a like sea cucumber looking nonsense with a like hard chitinous mouth towards the front, that has a more like aerodynamic shape, for lack of better words. Like it comes to this almost like beak shape to the front, in a like sharp and vaguely shiny dark gray black color. The rest of it is clearly like muscle in almost like a snake or a worm in that like tube body, but like its motion as it moves through the earth is clearly a result of like its ability to like contract along its length, and some of it remains submerged under the dirt, but this thing is about the size of the utility truck. Like the maw in the front of it, like the carapace of its like beak is probably a good like 2.5 feet like height wise, closed as it is now, and it does not appear like it enjoys this trap that it's been put in. So much like if you like spike a worm on a fish hook, it's loosening the dirt as it writhes like in the street and the loose asphalt and caliche of the like the destroyed street and soil underneath it, but not really going anywhere, but clearly pissed.
Does Lysithia feel like she has time to investigate what's happening behind? Unsure.
You got to read a bad situation for that. Wasn't that the deal? That or investigate?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was bad situation. I'll do it. Read a bad situation. That's a fail.
Okay.
Lysithia is here to do one job. She feels like, Beatrix is a perfectly fine magician, and she knows what she's
Nice.
doing.
I'm going to say that the way that this rolls out then is because the way that you like shine is not strictly light. Like there's also that obscured shadowy bit to the way that your wings work, etc. So you emit like a glow that is not it's not like a beacon necessarily, but it is a like there's a subtle like luminance and luminance while we're at it of this like surrounding you, and you're gonna walk closer to this trapped creature, like maybe not necessarily close enough to touch it, but both your presence is otherworldly and obvious out on the street.
Got it.
I'm going to say.
So I'm abandoning the fire business at this point.
You have read the situation as such as like this monster is trapped, and this is where my attention should be because you have failed your role.
Very good. I like it. Finally, they're failing.
It's about gosh darn time.
So okay, very good. So Lysithia, in her I feel like even though like she's her body is an aged old woman, like that once a faded beauty, if you will. I feel like once the divine presence kind of shines through, like features just get washed out. So like she's like approaching with a little bit more confidence than she normally does in her like non-revelatory form, I would say. And she says, like, you gaze upon Lysithiel. I am your ender. I shall destroy you. And she takes out like a little votive candle, and I want to say that it does light up because like death is near. And by the same token, like great big shadowy like wings kind of like erupt from her back, and almost seemed like it's like when you're really cool and you get like a sword or like a knife and you swing it through the air, like you have that kind of like sound of like something cutting the air.
Okay.
And so she prepares to attack the creature.
Nice. It has no discernible eyes, but it is like as your like both your presence and your voice get closer, there's a like bizarre, it's almost like it's moving not through, like part of it is still in the dirt, but like the amount of like thrashing, etc., that it's making, it's clear that it's like suspended in space by whatever B did. So like this like frantic wiggle that it's doing right now is like displacing the earth in the street, but it is also like moving the part of its body that's exposed in the air as well with this like frantic motion that is moving more and just like doing less damage to the surroundings than it would if it were actually not like being magically held in place. Okay. As you step away from the building and step closer and prepare to give this thing its end, you do hear a voice come around the edge of the building that's like, well, if you get rid of my toy before I'm done using it, like this will just throw a giant wrench in my plans. And you hear like a squeak at the same time with like as this like figure moves around the corner of the building, wearing unsurprisingly cowboy boots, tugging along Mel in her Nikes. So my people inside, you coming outside? You are muted. Okay, sorry.
I should go shoot the thing. I'm gonna go shoot the thing. Sort of steps outside, racks the slide in his gun. Completely unnecessary.
Fucking Marco.
Oh, are you kidding me? Oh no.
What happened?
I know.
You stepped outside, right? So, like, side of the building's talking to you. Fucking Marco.
Side of the building's talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
What?
I mean, it's dark now, but the side of, like, the figure that bossed around, there is a, like, tall-ish sort of facsimile of what a, like, bohemian cowboy would look like, poked around the side of this office building, holding on to our not-so-friend teenager, really, like, digging, like, fingers and nails into her shoulder and holding his other hand around her mouth, is somebody you know from your dealings up in the northern parts of New Mexico. Yeah.
Plaid.
He's Vlad. Yep.
What? You cocksucker! I am going to whip up the gun and empty a clip into his head.
I think at the same time, Lysithiel just says like curious and like, but also like entitled like, who dares speaks to Lysithiel? Oh my! bang, 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 bang.
I am going to shoot. It is a vampire holding a hostage who just admitted, as I was walking out the door, that this was his plaything.
She's only kind of a hostage. It's fine.
It's fine. I'm going to. She looks like a hostage. I'm going to shoot the vampire. I'm going to shoot the vampire in the head.
Okay. Gonna try to do some cool here, but yes.
Yeah, he can try to be cool. I am a twitchy chef with a 9mm.
You're fine. Hold on.
I am the
I attack the land dragon.
Dirt dragon? Yeah, you can attack the dirt dragon.
Sorry, a takey, one of the takies.
Well, yes, not one of the grabbies, one of the takies. Yeah, it's so true.
I really don't want to fail this roll because I don't want to accidentally shoot the girl.
You can always spend a luck point.
Yeah, you are going first. Yes. Okay. Because. You're going to act first. He's going to try and get away from it after you unleash.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got to spend a luck point on this. I don't want to accidentally shoot the girl.
That's a nice, yeah.
I don't want to do that, and I fully rolled a 3. So I have nothing in tough. So I've got to spend that luck point.
Okay. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Well, he's going to fail at his act under pressure portion of things too. So. Yeah. Well, no, not fail. It's going to be okay. But yeah, it'll be mixed success. So I do think
go ahead. What I'm going to do is I'm taking a 12. I am going to kick some ass. I am going to inflict double the normal harm.
How many you got?
Let's see. What is this? It is 2 harm close louds. That's 4 harm.
Nice. He almost did.
Huh?
I said that almost gets him completely. All right.
Yeah.
Not completely, but almost.
Not completely, but yeah, no, I shoot him in the head. Does he at least let go of the girl?
Because you did so well, and his attempt to do something cool to get out of it was not ideal. I'm gonna go with in the attempt to both get out of the way and shield himself with her. He actually because he was fully intending to use her as a human shield. That it instead means that like your like first clip like completely destroys like the shoulder that was angling her in the into frame, as it were, and then like proceeds to hit the rest of him. So he gets like part-ish out of the way, but not enough to not like mitigate more of that take. So yes,
I think every
he
squeeze
real
of
bad.
the trigger. I think every squeeze of the trigger is Marco to say, I don't know where your dirt is anymore.
The God, that yeah, we had the jar somewhere. Yes. So he is unstable. Nice job. Like without some healing, like he going down. So cool. All right. And yes, correct conclusion. Cowboy boots plus Nikes always a bad combo. Too true. Too true. All right. So Marco has been hitting Vampire with Lysithia's on her way to dispatch a wriggly worm and B. What you doing?
You definitely heard my panic fire.
Yeah. And I think I would have heard you
open,
shout.
so yeah.
I would think I would have also heard you shout Vlad's name. So gonna run outside as well with my big ass sword.
Yes.
And I like heard you full on empty your clip.
I would not have emptied the whole thing. Let's see. It's like, I don't know where your jar of dirt is.
I was going to say, are we counting?
I have one bullet left. I have one bullet left. There are 12 of those in a thing. It can hold 13, but I'm not a fucking loser who tries to like sneak one extra one in there like a fucking twerp.
Oh my God. Okay.
I'm not a fucking twerp. I keep it loaded with what
You
stays
don't like the secret bullet?
I don't need a secret fucking bullet.
Sacred.
I'm not trying to min-max this shit.
You don't need to. We have failed one roll all night. Like, oh my God.
No, I have failed two.
I'm sorry. Two.
I have failed several rolls.
Please allow me to give you due credit. Yes.
I've just been spending luck points.
That's fair. That's true. You have.
We have spent luck when we would have like royally beefed it.
Yes,
So
that's fair. Sorry.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna be like, oh, God damn it, and is gonna like say like, you deal with him, I'm gonna get the girl. And is just gonna run up to try to like get Mel away from this guy, because like she's probably a dumb teen. She's probably not actually fully evil. I mean, we should probably make an attempt to not kill this stranger's daughter. So
very nice of you. Yeah.
Marco just fired a gun a bunch of times with no hearing protection. So he's what?
Was it ringing? So as you try and like get close to help Mel is like actively trying to like shove her wrist into Vlad's mouth.
No.
Oh.
No, she's
not where they go.
Gross.
Oh no, honey, no. He's too old for you.
Me.
The promise of eternal life.
Like, yeah, no, she's like crying and like shaking his shoulders and like, yeah. All right. Lysithia, are you going to dispatch the grapoid? Takeid, whatever. But she's thing. Yes. Takeites, whatever, blah blahs. Yes. I thought that was your
Yes. I wasn't quite sure. I know like there's no initiative in this or anything like that, but
I'm trying to like sort of do it in turns. I hope that's been like
Oh, absolutely. Do you want me to go or?
Yes, please.
Okay. That is It's a mixed success, but I think I wanna make this cake. So I am also going to spend luck.
Yay, do it.
Do it. I am so close.
We
to
almost
I'm
done. Make it happen.
Yeah. So spend luck. This is my aura of death or wings, whatever it might be. So that's a 12. It's a 3 harm area messy. And
Okay.
let me see. What do I want to do? Gain advantage. Inflict terrible harm. Suffer less harm. All inflict terrible harm. So that's going to be four harm, close magic. I'm sorry, close, messy, and holy. And I'm sorry, wait a second. My body and divine weapons always count against as the weakness of the monster.
Oh, good. Okay.
So
All right.
ignore
So hold on.
whatever.
How many?
So four total, and
Okay, but you count as the weakness?
count as a weakness, holy, and other stuff. So
Okay. All right. So, can you talk to me about like the, I don't know, the look
what it
of
looks like?
this
Yeah.
as
I'll paint you a
it,
word picture. So Lysithiel,
Hmm,
this unassuming faded beauty of an old woman wearing like a black dress suit. Just like her eyes light up with both luminous and dark gray. Her wings like just this giant. If you imagined like a thunderbird, it's kind of like clapping its wings nearby. You hear this like whoosh. Sand is just kind of like kicked up. Maybe the pickup truck like kind of like rocks a little bit
hmm,
as she like brings both wings up and just kind of like tries to cross section like into the creature to end it.
nice. So it is not completely out, but it is almost. You're like these like slashes of almost like immaterial radiant force cause these like deep grooves in the body of this like dirt dragon. And it is going to like one, it absolutely smells awful as you like rend it open. It is now like crying out in not the frustration but pain, as like it is on its way to death, but it is not yet completely dead.
Mhm.
And it is like, if it was horrific before in this like state of like injury, as you have like bloodied it and like split open its flesh to the like muscle and bone etc of the core, it's also gruesome in a way that it wasn't prior. And it is like keening in pain as it like is magically trapped to not be able to go anywhere and grievously harmed.
Mhm.
Yes.
And I think she whispers in a thunderous voice, "Your time is now."
Um, Vlad is going to also like just whine, and like he's gonna push Mel's like hand away and be like, "Do you have any idea how like how hard this was to get? Like I worked with an amateur to open that damn gate, and we got interrupted by a goddamn goat. The like the messiness of trying to make it look like a chupacabra afterward, and he's just like leaking this like it's blood, but it's like festered blood. So he's got like this like dark like brown dribbling, oh, like as he's sitting here close to death, true death. And Mel is just like crying her little like misguided eyes out that he's not biting her, because he promised after all. The like opening the god, there were supposed to be at least 3 of them, but how are we supposed to get this start of like, you caused me enough shit, Marco. Fuck. You're muted.
You're muted.
I can see the
I'm
words.
Motherfucker, you're so nasty. I'm going to.
Whatever. Never liked your goddamn tacos anyway.
It's because I used the right amount of garlic, you shit stain. And I am going to fire. I am going to walk up to him, and I am going to put the gun against his head, and I am going to pull the trigger.
Nice. Yeah, don't even need to roll for. Delightful. No, he will
Insulted my
slump
taco.
backward, or no, like we'll do the full like two and then fall slowly back. The Mel is inconsolable, but she will dribble out that it was, like he promised her that she would live forever, and that when they were going to usher in these creatures, that it would start a sequence of events, and that the two of them were going to rule over this whole land, and that she was not only in love, but like, my God, this place is so boring, and like you can tell, like her mother is also like weeping behind you, but a lot of that is like a little bit of like, I'm ashamed by my kid, which is fair, like. Wanda, that's fair. Yep. And Lysithia is sitting in like grand, like resplendent, just like shimmering glory over here, overseeing the death throes and the last gasps of this creature that they brought in order to usher in the end of the world. And
so were the
didn't make it happen.
signs false?
No, if they had succeeded or kept going, we would have. But you were able to destroy the thing and the mastermind that would have reopened it. So good on you.
Yay.
And every roll and use of luck all evening.
Yeah.
And we almost leveled up. If it weren't for the necessary rolls that we needed to turn
if we had like more time with, I also like, I know we're over time, but like we got started late. If we had like time to do I was kind of hoping that we would get a chance to do more than one of the creatures before we had and then you would have been able to like level after the first one. But we are flexible. That is the rules of the game. Or general, yes.
Yeah. I was just going to say, if only we had failed more.
More things could have happened. I mean, frankly, yes, kind of, like, but it's fine. All right. I'm going to start the like sort of outro of this because we have been going for a while. And yes. So we thank you for sticking around for our monster of the week, and for both my players and the audience that is here and hanging out. We super appreciate you. If you enjoyed, we would love for you to throw some money at our Extra Life campaign in the service of raising money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. They do really good work. I know someone who's had to be hospitalized there. She had fantastic care. I hope that none of you experience that, but if you do, it is genuinely really awesome. And this is something that we do now for, God, many years. But it's all for the children. Not Mel, she's not real, but for the rest of them.
It's for the children who don't try to summon fucking graboids because they got a crush.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
So yes, we will be gaming through this weekend with Live from the Apocalypse. There is probably some stuff also happening after this. And I will let anybody else that wants to promote or mention what they are doing take that time to do that now. So, anybody want to?
Well, I know that our team that is raising money for Extra Life will definitely have some of our players going through the wee hours of the morning. There might still be a game going on Chris's channel if you go over to twitch.tv/Chris Irish. It definitely sounds like they're still going from the background noise
They're
in
still going.
Stella's
Yeah, they're still
audio.
going.
So
It's still
you can
happening.
tune over there, and that's probably also the channel you'll be able to find any late night Jackbox games / board games that we might be doing later. But I do know Live from the Apocalypse will be back on this channel starting 10 a.m. tomorrow. That's it.
Cool. Cool. Joe or Della, anything from relevant? No?
I
Okay.
run games on Live from the Apocalypse about why church is bad, actually, and also every Thursday you can find me there being either a completely normal gnomish wizard or a haunted house just chock full of ghosts.
I love it. You will be able to see Rouge and Joe and I in Veilbreakers, not this Sunday, but coming forward, I think the 17th of November is our next one. So hopefully you'll catch us there. We've been running that game for a long time, and we are headed into like the end of the arc, which is awesome because we got some big old battles coming up and probably 5,000 tokens in those battle maps.
It's true. Cool. I don't have anything super exciting happening right now, but hey, I'm Joe. If you are, sometimes I do live stuff, like actual, like, on stage comedy and no vaudeville, but like improv and stuff like that. But if you want to find out when those things are, find out on at Comedy Show Gates at on Instagram and Facebook. I'll put it in the little thing. But yeah, especially if you're around like the Philadelphia, New Jersey kind of area. So
Can recommend. Joe Gates, very funny.
Also, look at that hair. All right. I think that's kind of it. All right. It's been wonderful playing with all of you and for all of you. And I hope everyone has a fantastic night. If you are not going to bed, have great games.
Hello, it's me again. I told you I'd be back. I'm just hopping in here at the very end to say that if you're not already following us, you can do that. There are social links in the chat for all the platforms that we exist on. If you want to, no, there's an S on the end of that. There are social links in the chat if you want to follow us, keep up with us, know what we're up to. But you can also join the Discord community, which is a great place full of great people, and we would love to have you be a part of it if that's something you're interested in. But all of that being said, great work, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much, everybody who donated. Thank you to our cast here. And fortunately, we are able to disappear in just a second and raid our friends who are still streaming Monster of the Week. From the very same house that several of our current players are in.
You
So
will walk behind their cameras.
you will fully see some of them in frame. See if you can spot
You might
them.
see
It'll
some
be a
of
fun
us,
game.
in the background of the frame.
But from all of us here at Live from the Apocalypse, that's going to do it for us here tonight. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. with more stuff. So keep an eye out. Say good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good night,
everybody.
everybody.
Good night.